So we're going to be starting case number 4 today. The Abbey Grange Affair is what the name of the case is. You guys ready?
Come. The game is afoot. Not a word. Into your clothes and come.
It's like, what time is it? What's happening?
I'll wait for you in the sitting room.
Does Watson live with Sherlock?
I've just received a note from Inspector Lestrade. A letter from the suburbs. He is in need of my presence. Whenever he has asked for my assistance, it has always turned out to be entirely justified.
Look at that rain.
I fancy that every one of his cases has found its way into your collection.
Yes, they all seem worthy of...
However, I regret your fatal habit of looking at everything from the
Toby!
point of view of a story instead of a scientific exercise.
Oh, Holmes, you...
I beg your pardon, I digress. It would be much better to examine this letter than to try to convince you.
They were roommates until Watson married Mary. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe he's not married at this point yet.
I agree with you, Toby, that Watson's shoe is preferable to Mrs. Hudson's cold cut.
Dang, what is wrong with
It was on the
Mrs.
table,
Hudson's cold
Holmes. You
guts?
should take a look.
I'm talking to Toby, Watson. Listen, I don't want any sass from you. But look at this rain. Y'all, I miss the rain. What's
The
it
letter's
like?
on the table, Holmes. You should take
Watson,
a look.
I'm gonna not do what you want me to do because you're being
This
sassy.
is where I keep my post.
Okay, maybe we don't have the last session's letter. All right.
A wax seal with the monogram E.B.
Fancy.
The Brackenstall family coat of arms.
Okay. Can I open it?
I can tell from Lestrade's handwriting that he was in a hurry when he wrote this letter.
All right. Abbey Grange, Marsham, Kent, 3:30 a.m. My dear Mr. Holmes, I shall be very glad of your immediate assistance in what promises to be a most remarkable case. It is something quite in your line. Except for releasing the lady, I will see that everything is kept exactly as I have found it. But I beg you not to lose an instant, as it is difficult to leave Sir Eustace there. Yours faithfully, Inspector Lestrade.
So, what is it, Holmes?
Promising, as always, it appears to be a case of murder.
So you believe that Sir Eustace is dead?
I should say so. Lestrade wouldn't have sent for me for less. His writing shows considerable agitation, and he is not an emotional man. These people belong to high society. The quality of the writing paper, the E.B. monogram, their coat of arms. The crime was committed before midnight.
Holmes, how can you possibly tell?
Well, it is all thanks to Lestrade. He wrote his letter at 3:30 in the morning. Imagine the chain of events before that. The local police had to be called in. Scotland Yard was notified. Lestrade himself had to make haste there, and finally compose the letter he sent to me. All of that makes for a fair night's work.
It makes sense. Lestrade also speaks of the woman he released.
That seems to indicate that she had been held somewhere during the crime. Much time has been wasted. Let us find a cab and go to Abbey Grange immediately. I live in hope of an interesting morning.
At this time of year, cold and wet, very cold and wet. I just want rain. I just love the sound, coolness, the gray skies. So relaxing. Sherlock Holmes is fully public domain as of 2023, so if they want to do a Sherlock and Ace Attorney crossover, I mean, technically they already have Hairlock. Hairlock and Sherlock Spider-Man pointing meme, oh my. Oh my.
Ah, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, here you are. I'm very glad that you have come, but perhaps I should not have troubled you after all.
And why is that?
Lady Brackenstall has come to her senses, and she has given so clear an account of the affair that there is not much left for us to do. You remember that Lewisham gang of burglars?
What, the 3 Randalls?
Exactly. The father and 2 sons. It's their work. They stole a silver service, which is of great value.
Sir Eustace Brackenstall is dead, then?
Yes. His head was knocked in with his own poker.
A violent act of aggression.
Yes, the poor lady. She has had a most dreadful experience. She was assaulted and tied to a chair. But I think that you would best see her and hear her account of the facts. She's in the morning room with her maid, Teresa Wright.
Where is the body of the deceased?
In the dining room. We haven't touched anything.
All right, I'm going to examine it.
Very good, Watson.
What does Zoe think of the rain? Hates it. She's a desert pup through and through. Rain, hate. Hate rain.
Ladies, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting Inspector Lestrade in this investigation.
Mr. Holmes, I am the wife of Sir Eustace Brackenstall. We were married only a year ago.
I am sorry for your loss. Please accept my deepest condolences.
I suppose that it is no use my attempting to conceal that our marriage has not been a happy one. I fear that all would tell you that, even if I were to attempt to deny it.
Oh, her eye looks so bad. This poor woman. Sherlock was actually just Sherlock in Japan. They had to give him a Lupin treatment in the localization because the ACD estate is stinky. Yeah, it makes sense. Momo hates rain, so must hate it too on his behalf. So he knows that I have no control over the weather. Otherwise, he gets annoyed at me about the weather. Oh, or Mr. Momo. You know, those are some fresh bruises. Someone beat her up. That, you know, yep, you could say that. A gold brooch, kangaroo and emu, Australian origin. I like how this is where we got the elegant dress. Sherlock, stop staring at her boobs. That's awkward. Wedding ring and old bruises.
Can you describe to me the events of yesterday evening?
Is it really necessary? I have already told Inspector Lestrade all that happened.
Yes, madam, it is.
I will tell you then. Sir Eustace retired about 10:30. I sat in this room until after 11, absorbed in a book. Before I went upstairs, I entered the dining room to fetch a candle and... oh God.
Please, go on.
As I approached the French window, I found myself face to face with an elderly, broad-shouldered man who had just stepped into the room. Close behind the first man, I saw two others. One of them struck me a savage blow with his fist and felled me unconscious to the ground.
And then?
When I came to myself, I found that they had secured me tightly to a dining room chair. It was at that instant my unfortunate husband entered the room.
He fought with the intruders?
Yes, I think he had heard them, for he was holding his stick. But they were three, and he eventually succumbed. One of them, the elder one, struck him a terrible blow with the poker. I fainted once more. When I opened my eyes, they had withdrawn. Then my brave Teresa came to my assistance.
Uh-huh.
Did these three villains steal anything?
Yes, I found that they had taken the silver from the sideboard, but you can see for yourself in the dining room.
You mentioned that your marriage was not a happy one. Was there anything specific that was troubling you?
He was not a nice man when he was drunk, and he suffered from dark moods, but nothing else.
I doubt.
The bruises on your hands are at least 1 week old. Your husband caused those bruises?
Oh, do you? Yes, he did. He was very angry at the time. Out of control. Again. Sir Eustace was a drunkard. To be tied to such a man for life is worse than death.
Your ladyship?
Your ladyship. So every time we're done talking to her, he will always say, your ladyship. Best guess is this has to be based on the adventure of the Blue Carbuncle. Well, you're gonna have to let me know, because I don't really know any Sherlock's mysteries, so it could be, it could not be. Need a cold pack on that eye? Well, you have to remember, this is like the 1800s. It's like 1890 something, so I don't know if they had technically cold packs, but maybe like something cool on it.
Teresa, I would like to hear your testimony.
Certainly, sir.
Get a giant ice block in a towel. Yeah. Alright, time to look at this lady. Let me just stare at you. Wrinkles! Handkerchief. Vinegar smell. Caring. Working hands. Oh my god, coffee stain! Don't recall the exact events of Blue Carbuncle. I have no idea.
As I sat by my bedroom window, I saw 3 men in the moonlight down by the lodge gate. But I thought nothing of it at the time. Oh, if I'd known.
And then?
I went to bed, and it was more than an hour after that I heard my mistress scream. And down I ran, to find her tied to the chair and him on the floor with his head smashed. That's all I know.
Okay, don't mind me. I'm gonna snoop in the room. Grab this. Alright, the Times. Family business booming. The Randall gang is back on the street. Less than a fortnight ago, this infamous family of burglars, the Randalls, as they are known, made their reappearance by way of a brutal but successful intrusion to one of the wealthier homes in Sydenham. The police are already on their trail. However, the details of the crime are being kept confidential, including that of the name of the victim. A witness was able to provide a precise description of all 3 men, and this will surely give the police a chance to complete their profile of this family of delinquents. We would take the liberty of reminding our esteemed readers about this highly dangerous band, and to provide the full description as it is available at this moment. The gang has been in business for some considerable time, being a family of 3, a father and his 2 sons. The elder, Jack Randall, is a man in his 40s and already gray-haired. While of average height and build, being the mastermind behind the burglaries, he retains control over his sons, both of whom are close in age but very different in appearance. The first son, William Randall, is tall and broad-shouldered, with a small disproportionate head. Oh, he got a tiny head. The younger brother, Melvin Randall, is of a somewhat weaker constitution and is as skinny as a rake. The gang is wanted not only for their frequent thefts and break-ins, but for the exceptionally brutal pirate career they enjoyed before returning to England. Be alert! And may your valuables stay safe.
The description of the Randall gang provided by Lady Brackenstall is identical to the one in the Times article.
Interesting.
A trapper's hut.
Okay.
This photograph of Lady Brackenstall and her maid Teresa was taken at a port, but which one?
So let me just take this out.
So the lady and her maid came from Australia a year and a half ago on this ship.
I'm just taking this photo. Okay, thanks. I love how Sherlock just starts taking people's things. Okay. Criminals identified. Randalls are well known. Alright, we got our first thought here, friends. Randall's blamed. The robbery was faked and the whole story invented in order to blame Sir Eustace's death on the Randalls or just the Randall gang. The testimonies and evidence match and point to the Randall gang. What are we thinking, friends? Do we think they're blamed or do you think it was the actual Randall gang that did this? Well, this is a mystery, so it must be a cover-up. You think it's the gang, Epic? Ryu was like, I'm abstaining, I know. I want to say blamed because maybe the wife snapped? Okay, we're getting some conflicting here. Do we just want to go one way or the other and then change our minds later? As we find out more. It is very early. We can also come back to it. I just clicked one, don't mind it. We can always readjust our thinking later. No strong leaning on my part. Alright. Like there's not enough info to make a statement. Okay. Ooh, scratches.
These scratches are most definitely made by the picture frame.
Oh, it's a secret safe!
This is Sir Eustace's safe. There may be something important inside. I must ask Lady Brackenstall to open it.
Okay. Excuse me, can we open this?
Lady Brackenstall, could you open this wall safe?
No, it is my husband's safe. I do not know the combination.
We have to open it. Your ladyship?
Okay. Well, it looks like I'm gonna crack my way in.
Let us try to open this safe.
Let us.
This safe can be cracked. I only have to pay attention. The dial will vibrate when it is set to the correct number.
How? I'm on mouse and keyboard. I think I have to skip this just because, like... I don't have vibration. I'm just gonna skip it. I can't. I don't have vibration to know, like, when I get it correct. Okay.
It is common practice to keep one's valuables in a safe behind a painting. It should not really pose a challenge for a criminal.
It's a lot left over.
Antique coins, possibly of value, but they're scattered without care.
That's an oversight. I think it's just one of those things where it's just like, this game was, I think, originally made for, like, consoles. So being ported to PC and not having a controller, it's just like, okay. Sir Eustace, your current physical mental state is of great concern. There are several signs of a haptic decompensation. The last time that we met, your eyes were bloodshot and your skin was tinged with yellow. Oh, sounds like jaundice. There is a particular odor from your breath that is common in those suffering with liver damage. Then there are the lung abscesses that we have discussed. The leg cramps you have described to me are caused by an alteration to the nervous system, which in turn is caused by an excess of alcohol. That includes the tremors. Your liver seems excessively hard at the time of your examination, which is a sign of an evolving cirrhosis. There are also signs of ascites, fluid in the parietal cavity, which are evident with your swollen stomach. The pain beneath your left rib indicates a pancreatic malady, whatever, which may lead to fatal and fulminant pancreatitis. Your condition may pose a risk to others. Your excessive alcohol consumption lowers your self-control and heightens your aggression. I am available to help you with this problem. There are a number of treatment options. Bum, bum, bum. Wait, I was wrong. This is not the blue carbuncle. No idea why I thought this was not even close to what is happening. Well, that's okay, Ryu. And now you can participate with the guessing and the thinking. Also, hi, Wade. It's so good to see you. Welcome on in, man. We just started this case. You're just in time, though I'm pretty sure you know this case. Thanks for giving a shout out to the lovely Wade lady, friends. I'm sure you already know Wade, but please, if you don't, go give her a follow.
The body of
Love
Sir
Wade.
Eustace Brackenstall.
Wade's the best. Wade's the best around. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-boo. Excuse me.
A decanter standing next to the open bottle. An inseparable pair indeed. Chateau Calon-Ségur, French wine.
Bless
Grand
you.
Cru. This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing.
Beeswing.
This glass has some wine.
Yeah, you said that with the other one.
There is beeswing at the bottom, as if the wine had not been decanted before being poured. It is rather strange that only one of these glasses has dregs of beeswing inside it, while the other two are clear.
No idea what that means. A chair. Wait, host of the Vicarious Nick Twitch channel? Oh my gosh. When you missed it earlier, but Jacob was making a joke that, because I was saying like, oh, I'm wearing my hoodie with my name on it, so that way you guys know what channel, and I know what channel this is. And then Jacob's like, wait a minute, this isn't the Simply Press channel hosted by Wade Lady. I was like, imagine if I just put on a really long red wig, and then I'm like, I'm Wade Lady now.
Sailor's knots. That's interesting. This rope was handled by the murderers. We need a scent hound to follow their trail.
A scent
I will take
hound?
it with me.
I'll take this with me.
This is the chair that Lady Brackenstall was tied to.
That's kind of close. Yeah, I hope Nick's subathon goes well. One day I'll do a subathon. One day. So we now have this. There are 3 people. There were 3 people drinking wine out of these glasses. One of the 3 probably prefers wine with beeswing. Or 2 people. There were 2 people drinking wine out of these glasses. The remaining glass with the beeswing consists solely of the dregs from the other 2 glasses. Might be cool when you hit 1K followers. We're getting there, maybe. I'm on the upper half. That'd be crazy. I honestly, I'm shocked I've gotten this far, if we're being real. Gossamer, you think there's 3? Got it. This is the adventure of the Abbey Grange. Which, I mean, it is called the Abbey Grange affair, but Rhea was like, I now know which one it actually is. What are we thinking, friends? 2, 3? Gossamer said 3. Do we have any other thoughts? We can come back to it. Well, while you guys are thinking, I'll keep a searching. Oh my. You really have a thought? Oh, I'm sure you're doing great, Phoenix.
These wine bottles are expensive, and mostly from France.
We just finished putting away our Christmas decor for the season. Not we're bunkering down for our first snow of the season. It's supposed to start in a couple hours.
Of
Hopefully
wine is
it goes
missing here.
okay. No power loss or anything like
An
that.
empty silverware box. It appears that the intruders have stolen the contents.
Not the silverware.
This candlestick is valuable. It is interesting that it was not also stolen. The criminals did not thoroughly ransack the house. They only took a little silverware.
Put that in back in your little brain noodles. Also, wait, if you do get some snow, I want to see pictures.
So, Watson, what have you learned from examining Sir Eustace's body?
Well, I can confirm that the death was instant. Sir Eustace was facing his attacker when he received the blow to his head. There are no other apparent injuries.
Okay.
That must be the murder weapon.
The murder weapon.
Quite a large stick. A formidable weapon.
Oh, he's got them grippers out.
Barefoot. He had therefore been in bed and did not have time to fully dress.
Got them dogs out. Them tootsies.
The head was cracked with the force of the blow.
Ooh. Got a big boo-boo.
It is covered in blood. Sir Eustace might have struck his head upon it while falling from the blow. That is one possible explanation.
Alright, what do we got? Okay, poker blow. The death of Sir Eustace could have been due to a poker blow. Okay. I don't know. Or we can change it so it was just a deadly accident. The death of Sir Eustace could have been due to his accidentally striking his head on a fireplace grate. So now we have either the poker blow killed him or it was an accident. So I just kind of hit a button. Don't mind Matt. Okay. Mantelpiece. Uh-huh. What?
It
Oh.
appears that the bell rope was cut by someone taller than me.
Taller than Sherlock. Okay, so we've completed investigating here. Watson, excuse me. Alright, I'll be back, Lestrade. Zoom! Whole new meaning to the song Poker Face? I guess so. People called the Mickey Mouse Protection Act because Disney was so scared of someone ripping off Mickey Mouse that they pressured Congress for the extension. Oh my. Toby!
Come on, Toby. We need the best nose in the British Empire on this case.
Yep, we get to bring Toby along with us. Let's examine this
Let
rope.
us see how the rope was cut. The fibers at the end of the rope are smoothly cut.
Smoothly.
Let us try to find out what tool was used to cut the rope.
Okay. Skizzers. Yeah.
The fibers from this cut appear to be different.
Okay. What about a knife?
If I cut the rope with a knife, it matches the original.
Let's dip briefly after the 2 or 3 people choices. What was our investigation turned up? So we found he's like by the fireplace. He doesn't have shoes on, so he was like in bed. So it wasn't like he was like well prepared for this. He has an injury on his head, and there's blood on the fireplace. So we have it to where we can say the fire poker hit him and killed him, or something happened and he hit his head on the fireplace, being a deadly accident. So we have it as like it's an accident or it was malicious, is essentially where we're at right now. This is officially the best case. Oh, I think it gets even better. I'm not going to spoil it, but I will say it is going to get better. Yeah, Steamboat Willie is public domain now. He's been public domain for a little bit. Yeah, we got Toby. He got to ride with us.
Search, Toby.
We get to play as Toby. Look at me. I am the best pupper. Look at me go. Look at his little floppy ears. Look at him. Thank you. Look at me go. Look at my glorious ears flopping in the wind. I'm beauty. I'm majestic. I am Toby. Look at me go. Look at me sniffing. Sniffy snoofing my way around.
The intruders entered the shed for some reason when they were making off with the silverware.
I like to think Toby may be an ancestor to Finnegan. I think Toby's a little too small for Finnegan, but they do share the similar colors. And they are both best boys. Gonna be better than Toby by being Toby. Look at his little stubby legs going really slow.
The scent leads to the well. I should check it.
He is part Basset Hound. I don't know, is Toby considered a, I mean, aren't Basset Hounds this tiny? I thought Basset Hounds were the really big ones. Like, whoop, whoop, whoop.
The intruder's trail is lost behind this wall. The criminals left the house through the French window. They walked to the shed, then across to the well, before fleeing by climbing over the wall. I wonder why they chose such a winding route.
Why indeed? Alright, well, let's take a look at that well. Well, well, well.
There's something glittering at the bottom there. But how can I reach it?
Okay. Time to snoop. You might not be Nancy, but there's always time to snoop.
Bags of seed. Some empty
Bags of
bags were recently
seed.
moved.
Ooh.
This hook might be useful. Small gardening tools. Nothing of great interest.
What else? What else we got? Anything else?
This old suitcase sounds hollow. It must be empty.
Bloodhound are bigger. Oh, Toby's a basset. Got it. Okay. Where I used to live in California, one of our neighbors somewhere near us had a bloodhound, so it was a really big one. And he would be driving around in his truck, and the dog would always have his head hanging over. Woo, woo, woo. He's like driving around, so you knew they were out for a ride because you would always hear the dog just a woofling. That's not what I wanted. I want that. It was quite hysterical.
Silverware. This is hardly a coincidence.
Jacob's like, merch! I like how it took a while for it to show up, but thank you, Jacob.
The Brackenstall coat of arms.
Knight Rider, hi,
It
it's good to
appears that we
see
have
you.
found the stolen silverware.
Brought to you by the merch link. Buy my merch. Or don't. That's cool too. Okay. Sailor background. The rope was cut once with a sharp knife and tied quickly in sailor's knots. That could indicate that the intruder had a sailor's background. Silverware found. Okay, so friends, do we want to say 2 people, 3 people, and then we... Okay, we have robbery's the motive. Robbery is confirmed as a motive for the crime. The criminals may have plans to return for the silverware that they dumped, or imitated a robbery. The robbery could have been imitated to explain Sir Eustace's death. The silverware was not supposed to be found. Brought to you by Zoe, the real star of this release, and Zoe is mine. Let's be real, Zoe is the real star. I mean, look at her. What are you doing over there? You want to say hi? Do you want to come near? She's like, absolutely not. Alright, you say imitated? Well, we did find the silverware, and we did find some other things of value that was not stolen. So that would mean... because we now have found the silverware and it seems the robbery was imitated, do we now think that the Randalls are being blamed? Because she did give a very accurate description of the Randalls, as if she just read that letter. What do you think? What do you think? Fennec's like, I smell a cover-up. It does really seem to be going that way. So now the question is, were there 3 people? Or were there actually only 2? What are we thinking? 2 or 3? 3 or 2? I'm not gonna be you guys' optometrist. Which one is best suited for a cover-up? You watched enough Scooby-Doo to smell a cover-up? Well, I mean, especially because we found the silverware. Should be switched to 2 for now. We can put it at that. See what we get. From Australia and violent behavior. I don't think those 2 go together. Alright, what do we have? Okay, we just have discussions. Okay. Quick! It has to be blamed then, because if it was a robbery, why didn't they steal the other items of value? Exactly. They want us to think it was a robbery. We have some explaining to do.
There are 3 glasses on the dining room table. I was wondering if...
Oh, I forgot. When I came to myself the first time, each of them had a glass in his hand. They might have been a father and his 2 sons. They talked together in whispers, and then they left.
I'm sorry, but none of this makes any sense.
We found your silverware, Lady Brackenstall. It had not been taken very far.
Is that true? I am very thankful to you, Mr. Holmes.
Your ladyship?
Do I have anything to say to her?
Sir Eustace's doctor speaks of his violent behaviour.
Yes, Sir Eustace was an extremely violent man. A detestable human being, to be more precise. It is true that he once threw a decanter at me, and all because I dared to stand up to him in defence of my mistress. Sly devil. God forgive me that I should speak of him so now that he's dead, but a devil he was, if ever one walked the earth. We met him only 18 months ago. She'd only just arrived in London. Yes, it was her first voyage. She'd never been from home before.
Wow.
Wonder with his title and his money and his false London ways. If she made a mistake, she has paid for it, if ever a woman did. She doesn't have any friends here, so it was specially hard for her.
Damn, imagine, like, going across the world on a cruise, finding a man like, yeah, I'll marry this dude. Could not be me.
We found your mistress's silverware.
Oh, that's good news. You really are as clever as they say.
Indeed.
Indeed. Yeah, I don't think the perpetrators are there for something specific, because also, why would they leave it down the well? Alright, so we have no acquaintance. Lady Brackenstall married Sir Eustace shortly after arriving in England and remained at home during that time. There's little possibility that she or her maid are acquainted with anyone in the country, or acquainted with a sailor. Lady is acquainted with someone from the Rock of Gibraltar. What if she's the one who killed him and the lady's covering for her? Maybe. But do remember what we did find about that rope. Do we think she's acquainted with a sailor, or do you think her maid's correct and she has no friends here? I like how she's just listed as a lady in the second one. You think she's acquainted? Okay, we can go with that one. And then all we have is violent behavior. Okay. Let me out. Thank you. Okay. I guess we gotta talk to Lestrade.
What do you know about Sir Eustace, Inspector? What was his reputation?
A charming man when sober, but an absolute demon when he was drunk. In such moments he was apparently capable of anything. Why, once he splashed fuel on Lady Brackenstall's dog and set it alight. Another day he threw a decanter of wine
I'm glad
on
he's
Miss
dead.
Wright's head.
I'll say it.
The alcohol seemed to madden him.
To the point that we were forced to intervene several times to avoid a scandal.
Absolutely 100%. He kind of deserved it. I don't mean to be that person who, is, victim blaming or whatever. This guy deserved it.
Inspector, I have recovered the stolen silverware.
You are a wizard, Mr. Holmes. And where is it?
In the garden well.
Excuse me?
Excuse me.
Unique, isn't it?
Rather absurd. What is the point of stealing silverware and then throwing it down into a well?
Perhaps it was used as a temporary hiding place, or simply the thieves wanted to get rid of it. It is up to us to solve this mystery.
I'm sorry, lady. Do not condemn, but now he's evil. In the words of that song from Chicago, he had a comment at 100%. Domestic violence. Sir Eustace was violent towards his wife. Well, yeah. Murderous visitor. Sir Eustace was murdered by one person who was visiting that night. It was he who tied up Lady Brackenstall. He is tall and strong. Look for sailor. The person who was visiting that night was probably a sailor. Can we kick his body? I wish, but Sherlock is not one for violence. Alright. Do I need... Okay, yeah, I need to go back to my... back to our place. You're watching Murder Mystery, and what got the killer caught was that the crimes were tied up using specialized knots that you only learn in the military, and the only one of the suspects was ex-military. Yep, sometimes the details are very precise with how you need to, you know.
This is where I keep my post.
Oh, we don't get a letter from the last case. Okay. I wonder if you don't get a letter if you're wrong. Because we got the first 2 letters, and we didn't get the third one, so... I think you guys picked wrong, unfortunately. It happens. 1893. Rock of Gibraltar's arrival. Alright, arrival of the Rock of Gibraltar. A ship returned. The Rock of Gibraltar, a bulk carrier from the Adelaide Southampton London line, Connard Building, James Street, London, has returned from a 6-month voyage through India, New Zealand, and Australia. The ship brought to England Miss Mary Fraser, the heiress of the Fraser family, owning land in tin mines in Australia. This reportedly beautiful young lady is presently engaged to Sir Eustace Brackenstall, one of the wealthiest gentlemen in Kent.
Here it is.
Yeah, the devil's in the details. Hit him,
The
as in
shipping
killer
company,
frequency. Oh my
the
gosh.
Adelaide Southampton London line, and its address. Interesting. It must be the place where they keep the records, including the one for the crew of the Rock of Gibraltar.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard, they'll give it to you without any problems.
But I have another solution. I'll call in
Wiggins?
the specialist.
Oh, Wiggins!
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
I wonder what Wiggins was like fiddling with.
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
I need a register, my young friend. If you could borrow it, there will be half a guinea for every one of you. I need the crew list of the Rock of Gibraltar in 1893, and their current employment.
I'm straight on it, Mr. Holmes.
Do you really think they'll find it, Holmes?
My secret police is better than the Yard in many ways.
3 hours later.
Here it is, Mr. Holmes. But we can't take it back. It's too risky.
Put it on the table. I'll take care of it. Good work, young Wiggins.
Where you going, Zozo? Hang on, Zozo wants out. Where you going, baby? Where does a tiny dog go? Well, she's off. She'll be back at some point. Let's say I hope he pays Wiggins well. It sounds like he is, at least. There we go.
This list shows the senior officers of the Rock of Gibraltar, on which Lady Brackenstall and her maid made their voyage. Lady Brackenstall does not know anyone in England. This must mean that someone on this list is our mysterious visitor. And these are the lists of the senior officers of the Adelaide Southampton London Line ships. Let us find out who was in London upon November the 7th. This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Okay, not Ernest. Charles?
This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime.
Okay, not Charles. Herbert?
I do not think that this sailor has any connection to the case.
Yeah, get rid of Herbert.
This list shows the senior
Okay, different Herbert. Never mind. Jack Crocker.
Mr. Jack Crocker was in London upon the date of the crime, and he is due to depart in 2 days.
Jack Crocker. Oh. Okay, well, let's double check. or any other possibles.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved. This officer is
Same with
still at
this one.
sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Okay, so I'm looking for William and Thomas to clear this up. Can I just
This
click?
list shows the
Okay.
senior...
Never mind, it's fine. William or Henry? Oh, there's
This
Henry.
officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved. This officer was on a ship that sailed...
Yep, there we go.
Cap-
Captain Jack Crocker is the only one left on the list.
This Crocker, do you think...
It would be interesting to meet him. Our young friend should be able to find him. Wiggins, could you find a way to bring this Captain Crocker here to us?
Here? Holmes, that could be dangerous.
No problem, Mr. Holmes.
Excuse me. Sometime later.
Mr. Holmes, I was informed that you were looking for me, and I'd like to know why.
Yes, it is important that we talk. You will soon understand why.
Let me get a good look at Jizz. He's got a pretty nice beard. Look at this. Very seaman kind of beard, you know? Very captain. Strong build. Newspaper ink. Clean boots. Oh, look at him taking care of his boots. Sea knife.
You are acquainted with Lady Mary Brackenstall, are you not?
Yes, I think I do remember her, from when I was first officer, but I still don't see...
It seems your relationship went beyond that of mere passenger and first officer.
How dare you?
Indeed, how reckless a feeling is love, particularly if one is prepared to commit a murder in its name.
Explain yourself this instant.
You are aware that the murder made the headlines of the morning press. You read the newspaper report, but to your dismay, found it much fabricated. Once you learned that I wanted to see you, you came straight away. You needed to know what I had found.
You... and what do you know?
That evening, you were with Lady Brackenstall, despite the danger.
Ooh.
I'm not afraid, Mr. Holmes. Besides, all of this is just guesswork.
You would be right if there was no evidence.
What then?
Lady Brackenstall was tied to a chair on the night of the murder. And it was you who tied her up.
You call that evidence?
I do, because they're used sailor knots.
Yes, as she was tied with a sailor's knot. Your handiwork.
So, it's a sailor who's done it. That proves nothing, Mr. Holmes. I'm not the only sailor in London right now. Your theory is flawed anyway. On the night of the murder, I was aboard the Sharp. I was supervising the repair of a porthole.
At night?
It was an emergency. There was a leak. You can ask the ship's carpenter. He can confirm.
I'm sure that he can.
Perfect. In that case, we have nothing more to talk about. Good evening, gentlemen.
Oh, he knows we're on to him.
Holmes, what should we do now? Would you like to check his alibi?
No. There is no doubt that these men will testify in his favor, and there will be no way to check.
So, what then?
So, we must work with what we have. We have all the puzzle pieces.
Now I understand why you dissected the bell rope.
All right. Crocker's alibi. Captain Crocker was aboard the Sharp on the night of the murder. He was not afraid to confront me. He had a confident demeanor. Or Crocker's involvement. Crocker is lying. His involvement is clear. He appeared as soon as he heard that I was looking for him, thus signaling his guilt. What do we think? Do we think he was involved? Wait, you're sus, Gossamer. I know you mean like you're sus about it, but it's funny because Epic says sus and then Gossamer's like, I'm sus. You're thinking involvement? Is that all in agreement? You're sus of him? He does seem pretty shifty, though he does have a very nice captain's beard, you know what I mean? Sus. You feel involvement? Alright, we can do that. And with that, that leads us to the captain is the killer. So, Sir Eustace was murdered by one person who was visiting that night. The murderer is tall and agile and a high-ranking sailor. We can arrest Captain Crocker. Jack Crocker is a murderer, and you will bring him and his accomplice, Lady Brackenstall, to justice. Or you can dissolve Captain Crocker. The murder was committed in self-defense. Jack Crocker defended a woman against a violent and dipsomaniacal man. The mystery is solved, but you decide to keep it secret. There's no need to inform the police. Now the real question is, friends, do we absolve or do we arrest? Here, let's do this. I'm gonna come over here real quick, and then I'll do a poll. So that way anyone who's lurking can participate if they don't want to come out of lurk or anything like that. What is our judgment? Absolve or condemn? The poll begins now, my friends. Choose wisely. Do we want to condemn this man and the lady for conspiring to murder her husband? Or do we think it was self-defense, that they were just being there because they love each other and he treats her nice, and then the husband's like, rah, 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 and they're like, oh my gosh, whap, you know, to save themselves? You decide. You choose. The husband set a dog on fire, not guilty. Absolve. Heck, the husband. That's where I'm at. But hey, we are a community here, and the community must pass a judgment equally. Wade said 100%. The husband was an absolute douche nozzle. We don't blame victims around here, but this man was asking for it. 100%. I mean, he's clearly lying, but given how violent the husband was, self-defense is very plausible. Yeah? Quite true. Alright. Absolve. Wow. let me peek in here. No one was condemned. Everyone was like, heck that man. He deserved it. They don't know justice. The justice has already been served to that man. Alright, chat. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Absolute sweep. Everyone's like, no. That man? Alright, Captain Crocker, we understand. It was for love, and her husband was an absolute douche canoe and deserved it. Yes.
Wiggins, could you ask Mr. Crocker to come here again, please?
Right away.
Barely an hour has passed. You're back, so baby, just in time. Come here.
Why did you make me come here again, Mr. Owens?
Yeah, you want to see all your hard
It is
work?
over. I know that it was you who killed Sir
sorry,
Eustace
sorry,
Brackenstall.
sorry.
What?
I know, because of the height at which the rope was cut. The knife used was a sea
Yeah,
knife.
you
The
show them,
knots were
chat.
sailor's
You
knots,
show them, so baby.
And not least, the sheer force
Guys, I
that was
cut
put
this out.
behind
She's
the
this big.
killing
Look at her.
blow. And because
sneaky
you
girl.
are the only one who
Sneaky.
knows Lady Mary Brackenstall in London. And because you love her.
It's true.
It is time for you to tell us the whole truth.
I admit that I loved Mary madly from the first day that I met her. But I never did come to visit her, for I believed that she was in a happy household. When I talked to her maid, who told me everything, I was insane with rage. I was due to set sail for 6 months away. I wanted only to see her again. But it turned into a damnable nightmare when he barged in. He dared raise his hand to her. He was not even worthy of licking her boots.
What a man.
Oh, I regret nothing. I admit I killed the monster out of love for her. She will forgive me if she is able.
Lady Brackenstall already forgave you. She said nothing.
Mary.
Quick, go love
But
her.
that makes her an accomplice as well as her maid. It places her in danger yet again.
Just sail off to Australia.
Mr. Holmes,
You would not have managed to protect her.
till I die, do you hear me? Here is a letter that sets everything clear, and it is the one that should be disclosed to the police. I am the only culprit. Mary had nothing to do with it. Now it is time to end this.
Sir? Oh, no, no. No, no, you put that down. You put that down. Put it down. Oh. Sir.
Please forgive me, Captain Crocker. I wished only to test your sincerity, and your words and
Testing my
deeds have
patience.
far exceeded my expectations. See here, Captain Crocker, we'll do this in due form of law. You are the prisoner. Watson, you are a British jury. Captain Crocker, the evidence shows that you acted without premeditation and used reasonable force to protect an innocent victim from her husband's brutality. Your devotion pushed you to attempt to kill yourself in order to protect the one you love. Now, what say you, gentlemen of the jury?
Not guilty.
Guilty, my lord.
Vox populi, vox dei. You are acquitted, Captain Crocker. So long as the law does not find some other victim, you are safe from me.
Mr. Holmes,
It is a great responsibility that I take upon myself, but I will give Lestrade an excellent lead, and if he can't avail himself of it, I can do no more. Come back to your lady in a year, and may her future and yours justify us in the judgment which we have pronounced.
Not the hot
this
milky,
night.
friends. Come on. Ooh, stressful trying to save a man.
Inspector, I'm afraid that the murderers have escaped us.
what? Do you mean to tell me that you failed? Never thought I'd live to see the day.
I mentioned the murderers, not the case. It is obvious that the crime was committed by 3 criminals who cannot be the Randalls.
You really think so?
You only need to find a gang of 3 thugs wandering around. I can trust you to do that.
If they exist, I'll catch them.
You'll find someone, I have no doubt of it. Goodbye, Inspector.
You are allowed to use deadly force in defense of someone else? Yeah, very true. Very true. We're gonna accept that decision. GG's chat. We did it. We are back to just being neutral. It's fine. We're a very gray kind of person. I will say that one's a very short case. I will say the Kew Gardens drama is going to be much longer. So strap in, chat. Strap in and buckle up.
Holmes, for heaven's sake, whatever's going on?
Oh, hello, Watson. You're early. Did you kill all of your patients?
What? Holmes, where have all these wretched bees come from?
I increased the temperature of the room so as to prevent them from hibernating. I needed to take a sample of honey. But it worked, Watson. We will have honey all year round.
Ridiculous and dangerous.
They're domestic bees, Apis mellifera, such industrious workers. Anyway, Watson, I am sorry, but I must leave you. I'm in rather a hurry.
You have a new case?
Yes, but nothing as thrilling as this experiment. A theft of plants at the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew. I'm helping a minister who's an old friend of mine. You can join me if you like.
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you than remain alone here with these workers of yours. Besides, you'll need a helping hand with the flowers you're intending to bring back.
Watson, how ever did you guess?
For the great Sherlock Holmes to bother with the theft of plants. Come on, admit that you're planning to spoil your little bees with some rare pollens.
Poor
Since
Toby.
when did I become so
Don't leave Toby all
transparent?
these bees.
Let us go.
Not the bees. Hang on, before we do that, I gotta talk to Toby.
Oh dear, Toby. I wasn't aware that you were Watson's new literary agent.
Oh my god, he ripped up. Watson, don't look. Toby ripped up some of your manuscript. It's fine. It's fine. Strapping in and buckling up. Good. That means everyone. You strap in and buckle up. Keep all hands and arms and whatever appendages you have inside the Twitch little rails. Please and thank you. This will be a wild ride. Everything is fine. Yep, it's fine. It's just some bees.
Here we are at the Royal Botanic Gardens. There's no doubt that this place is beautiful. But are you really intent on investigating the theft of the plants?
Yes, of course.
All right. Oh, someone's getting a lecture.
Don't touch anything else, is that clear? Just go and get a bucket of fertilizer. And without turning it over this time. Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you? If you are here for a visit, please do come back on Sunday.
I am afraid that it cannot wait. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. We are investigating the theft of plants that took place here 5 days ago. A remarkable collection, I believe.
So you're the one in charge, eh?
A small favor for a friend. Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
I am Martin Hamish. I am the Deputy Director of Kew Gardens, and that fellow yonder is Albert. He works here.
I am delighted to meet you. What can you tell us about the plants?
They were rare and exceptional plants. We presented them at our last exhibition. We haven't removed the stand yet. It is still in the large glass house. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the exhibition, and nobody saw anything.
No doors were forced?
No, but I would imagine that for a thief it would be fairly easy to gain entry, for there are no guards here.
Well, if you don't mind, we will take a look. Now, you say that it is in the large glass house.
Yes, the one just behind me. Just a second, since Albert has nothing else to do. Albert, show these gentlemen where the exhibition was held.
How many people work here?
Only myself, but occasionally 2 students, Albert, whom you have met, and Miss White.
Not enough, Toby. Watson needs to rewrite. Toby's like,
Here it is.
not good enough.
This is
Try
the place
again.
where the stolen plants were exhibited.
Thank you. Is there something the matter?
Yes, there is. All right, the plants were valuable and rare, but it seems to me that the tragedy that took place here only 2 days ago has been entirely forgotten already.
What tragedy are you referring to?
The director of Kew Gardens, Mr. Montague Dunn, he died here just 2 days ago.
We're very sorry. We were not aware. The two of you were good friends?
He was my father.
Oh dear. Our condolences. We should not be troubling you. Please do excuse us for the intrusion.
You say that he died here, in the large glass house.
Holmes?
Yes, just here, near the door to the Colonial Collection. He suffered a heart attack. Just like that. So suddenly. It was terrible. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I cannot remain here. If you need me, I'll be in the reserve. That's the room next to the front of the large greenhouse.
Of course, we understand.
So the chapter has too many spelling mistakes? Oh, man. Watson, I thought you'd spell better. Gosh. That's not plants. Well, the plants were supposed to be here. Are there going to be Capulets as well? Wait, what does that mean, Epic? Macca's, hi, it's good to see you, my friend. Hello, welcome on in.
According to Albert, this is where his father, Montague Dunn, was found dead.
Watson, what was that for? He went more than you like, hang on, I need to be on the other side. Hi, Cam, it's good to see you too. Hello, welcome on in, my friend.
These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was dragging their feet. The traces are thinner in some places. The footprints reveal that someone staggered here.
I like how we came here for stolen plants and yet we're solving a murder mystery.
This sign is broken. Something heavy was dropped upon it. Blood. Someone fell violently against this sign, and they were injured in the clash. Most likely a head wound. Soil. It should have come from a flower pot. The soil on the side of this flower shelf is the same as that on the ground. Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here.
Oh, Capulets and Montagues. Oh, I get it. I understand. Thank you.
The door was smashed at shoulder height. This door handle is new. It was recently changed. The esconson was breached near the handle. The door was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection Room. The handle was changed afterwards.
I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection Room.
Brilliant deduction, Watson.
Very strange. Half of the Colonial Collection is absent.
Detergent?
The smell is strong. It is a detergent.
So it's soap.
This broken fragment was the result of a heavy blow. A fragment of marble, most likely chipped from a statue or sculpture.
I'll take that with me. The Wisconsin? I don't think so.
These windows were perfectly cleaned. Part of this greenhouse was emptied and thoroughly cleaned.
Suspicious. What else do you want me to look at? Oh, this one up here.
This pot was broken fairly recently. A flower pot recently fell down from these shelves and was misplaced. All the clues around here are quite suspicious. I need my imagination to make sense of it all.
Imagination. Okay, so this is a little bit different than some of the other ones. So this one, we have like a order of things. So breaking the door is number 1. And then obviously, for some... This one's really funny. He opens the door, reaches for the pot, knocks it over, and then just falls down and has oopsie poopsies. He's like, oh, I need to get out. Oh, I don't feel good. Heck that flower pot. Blech. Like, I don't get the flower pot thing.
This reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn damaged the door of the Colonial Collection Room.
He was in a panic, or the door was locked. Was it an accident?
Or
a murder,
murder,
then, I wonder.
I'm sorry, the what, Ryua? The plants were stolen. They were the murderers and now they're on the run. Oh my. We got snow last night. Apparently it's cold outside. Well, I would think so, Macas. I hope you're staying warm and safe. He might have been trying to grab something to secure himself, but the plant wouldn't be able to. I mean, I guess, but it just looks like he reaches over and just goes, heck that plant. You know what I mean? It doesn't look like he reaches for anything, so it doesn't like he reaches and stumbles. The animation is literally just like, oh, I broke through the door. Get that out of my way. It's just like, there's no like reaching and then like stumbling like he's trying to support himself. He just looks like he reaches and then just pushes it over like a cat. Perform an autopsy on Montague Dunn. The death is suspicious. He had been why had he forced the door of the Colonial Collection Room? Why had someone cleaned and emptied the room? Was it a trap or a simple accident? Alright, so we need... out of the way. We need to head over to Scotland Yard. This is a pretty cool botanical garden. Oh.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
No, I'm leaving. I'll talk to you later. I have an autopsy to do. What's the day of the Triffids? A movie where plants started walking, killing people. Oh, got it. That's fair about the animation, yeah. It was definitely murder. Why clean and empty the room? It was an accident. 100% epic. 100%.
I asked Inspector Lestrade to take Montague Dunn's body to Scotland Yard.
It's ready for autopsy, then.
To the autopsy.
First of all, let us carry out an external examination. There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Let us finish our external examination so that we can proceed with the autopsy.
This has still been good. It is. We did chapter 4, but chapter 4 is a very quick and short one, and you can make it even shorter. But this is going to be the longer case, I will
There is an
say.
injury to the skull, most probably caused by the fall in the water lily greenhouse. The vessels and the pupil of the eye appear quite normal. The air from the lungs carries a faint floral aroma. Nothing suspicious here. No redness, stings, or bruises. Now, let us examine the internal organs.
I like how this body's been here, what, 2 days, and an autopsy report hasn't been conducted until Watson got here? Really?
The heart's blood vessels show no pathological signs. The heart's blood...
Oh.
The heart tissue shows no visible pathological signs.
Alright, you get back in there, Heart. What about your liver?
The liver is enlarged. It would seem that he was suffering from an alcohol addiction.
What is everyone drinking themselves to death here?
The liver tissue is brown. There are no visible pathological signs.
Alright, put that sucker back. How about your stomach?
The stomach tissues show no visible pathological signs.
I don't think the stomach is normally this color.
There is a small amount of content. It appears that he breakfasted lightly, only a short while before his death.
Oh, that's just the stomach.
The lungs are congested and
A Watson
edematous.
autopsy. A Watopsy.
The
Ah,
tissue on the inferior lobe of the right lung is damaged, most probably caused by toxins from an unknown plant.
yucky. I like how we just slap that sucker back in. Just
My
there we go.
suspicions have been substantiated. Montague Dunn, the director of Kew Gardens, died from poisoning. Plant poisoning, to be more exact.
You mean
Murders
Yes,
plants.
It is murder.
we should inform Lestrade?
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that I discovered the murder. The challenge is mine.
The challenge, Holmes?
We need to locate that deadly plant. Such a perfect murder appeals to me.
Murder of
It
any
calls
kind
to
appeals
me.
you. Is that all we need to do?
No, we also have the people working at Kew Gardens. Martin Hamish and the son of the victim, Albert Dunn.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish. Should we bring them all here for interrogation?
No, a few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs.
By snooping.
Yes, Watson, it is time now to open the doors.
Even those in the staff building. I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
You're enjoying this already, aren't you?
More than a little.
Oh, Sherlock. He's like, what's that? Perfect murder? Need to find it. Alright, Dunn was poisoned. After being trapped in the Colonial Collection room by the killer, Montague Dunn was affected by inhaling a virulent vegetal poison. Dun dun dun! Alright, let's get out of here. The walls start to be speaking to us or something. Do I have anything in here? I do! Dunn's belongings.
This watch is of great value.
Nice.
A beautiful feather pen of a good make. A membership card for the London Crest Club.
Okay. And then a letter, I'll take that. To Mr. F. Wayne, director of Wayne & Sons Printing Company. My friend, your posters for the great exhibition at Kew Gardens are very beautiful, but it is surely unnecessary to mention all the staff. My name alone would be sufficient. Montague Dunn. Oh. Why don't you want to give credit to the rest of the people? Doesn't seem very nice. Let me see. Okay, we just need to go back to Kew Gardens. Pine's already like, I'm thinking of something. Time to start a union. Remember, this is London. I don't think they, especially during this time, I don't think they'd be too kind with the unions. Let me get a good look at yous. Inexpensive glasses. Dirty collar. Sir, do you just, like, bathe in plants? Unmarried. Gardener's hands. Not giving credit as a jerk move, but not an excuse for murder.
Mr. Hamish,
technically there's not
can
really
you
an excuse
explain
for
to us
murder
what
at all.
happened to the colonial collection? It seems somewhat depleted.
But, oh, most likely maintenance work, tidying up.
You're not sure, then? But you're the deputy director.
Well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere at once.
Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr. Dunn, the late director of Kew Gardens.
Tragic indeed. His heart attack was quite unexpected.
As deputy director, how was your relationship with Montague Dunn?
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been better. You see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely to make an impression, great pretense that he cared at all. He would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone else's opinion. He would then disappear for the rest of the week. He was what some might call a man of action. I'd say rather he was overzealous and chaotic. So after all, it was no wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that, if you take into consideration his kind of lifestyle.
Tell me, Mr. Hamish, do you grow the more deadly variety of plant here?
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but nothing larger than that.
You mentioned that Mr. Dunn led a particular lifestyle.
Well, it's no secret that he enjoyed, celebrating, shall we say? He was a member of the London Smart Set. He was famous for it. That and...
And?
He had an eye for the ladies, to put it mildly, Mr. Holmes.
A lady looker.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Oh my gosh. Guilty. How dare he be a lady looker. Hold on, let me get a look at you. Let me get a good look at you. Red eyes. Wept recently. Consumed with grief. Yeah, Sherlock, that's kind of what happens when people's fathers die. They get sad. And his hands are clean.
Who is Miss Margaret White?
Ah, she is the young lady who studies with me. She visits here sometimes to help out with the greenhouses. In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house. That's the small greenhouse across from the large glass house.
Okay.
Do you work here?
Yes, but part-time only, for I'm also studying botany at the University of London.
You're following in your father's footsteps, then. That is commendable.
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a good manager.
We noticed that a part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah. At the moment, I'm just dealing with the storage room. I don't know much about the other rooms.
I imagine that your relationship with your father may have been a strained one.
Yes. I cannot say that he was a kind man, for he never listened to me at all. He forced me to work here. But now, after his death, I've been pondering it over. Perhaps he wasn't so wrong about me after all. I have to follow his path, and I have to manage Kew Gardens, and I can do it. I can be as good as any other who works here.
Would you please tell us about Martin Hamish, the deputy director?
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Hamish is not and has never been the deputy director of Kew Gardens. My father would not have tolerated it.
Indeed? That is most interesting. He told us that he was.
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the honour of being the garden's longest-serving employee. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes over the management of Kew Gardens.
Why?
Do you not have a good relationship with Mr. Hamish?
I suppose so. But we have very little in common. Mr. Hamish loves his plants and Kew Gardens. and I cannot say that I share his passion.
Then why do you want to be
I
the
see.
director?
And how was his relationship with your father?
Oh, he hated my father. It was obvious. He would be furious whenever my father boasted of Kew Gardens in the newspapers or at conferences. He was convinced that my father was stealing all of the credit for himself. But my father treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he treated anyone. Dismissively. With indifference.
That's still not good.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Okay. Anything I can snoop in here? No? Oh my god, doors excuse you. Doors just shutting on their own like that. Rude. Can I go in here?
Locked.
Oh. Gadzooks. What about this door?
Locked.
Yeah, I should have seen that coming. Yeah, people do be wildin' out here. Nursery?
Locked.
Oh. Okay, well, I guess we won't go in the nursery. I guess we'll go this way. Boop, 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 boop. Is this one of the chapters? It is. So we're on the 5th case right now.
Look, Holmes, this charming lady must be Miss White. She's entering the Seed House.
It's almost as if that's where What's-His-Face said that she was.
There is a smell of burning.
Oh my god, there's a fire, and we're surrounded by plants? Quick, someone call the fire department! Wee-woo! Wee-woo! Fireplace. Broken pot.
The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
No.
A protective mask.
Spooky. Hello?
Someone set it alight, but it did not burn. A door handle? Why would anyone throw such a thing in the fire? The door handle to the Colonial Collection and that of the fireplace are made of the same material.
Watson, grab a watering can.
The plants were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned.
The plant's like, help me.
A broom handle was half burned. The remains of a picture frame.
Well, Watson's not our problem, I guess. We'll just leave it burning. It's fine. It's fine.
Open.
Open. Alright, ma'am, I have some questions for you.
Good day to you, miss. You have some very beautiful plants here.
Why, thank you, sir. And good day to you too. But
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White. Excuse me, but are you Sherlock Holmes, the great detective?
That is I.
Yes, I am he.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Gardens. Are you working on a case?
You could say that. Let me look at this lady. Let me look at yous. Expensive perfume. Sherlock, are you sniffing this lady? Don't be sniffing this lady. Ink marks. Past malnutrition. Or family. Sherlock. And she's unmarried. Oh. Gadzooks.
Yes, a theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
Oh yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
What do you mean? It just happened.
Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss, after the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
You don't sound very upset.
Would you happen to know why
Your
part
verdict
of the
is
Colonial
poor.
Collection was cleared?
No.
Sherlock is such
I have never been there.
What's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say hater, but it's just like, dude, rude.
Do you work here?
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honor.
Or with a sugar daddy, maybe.
How well did you know Mr. Montague Dunn?
He was a master, a great leader. I saw him almost as a spiritual father.
As a sugar
He
daddy?
had an exceptional nature?
Oh yes, indeed. He was always so active and so optimistic and very nice to me. Although he could behave harshly towards his son.
Why so?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him. It made him extremely demanding. Albert, who is naturally shy, suffered because of it.
Most of the doors in Kew Gardens are locked. Do you have a key to this room?
Oh, yes. Albert gave me a set of duplicate keys. He agreed I might carry out my studies without disturbing him. It is only temporary.
Thank you, miss. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying. It is obvious.
Brilliant deduction. Just go this way, Sherlock. Spiritual father, sugar daddy, tomato. Oh, yeah, exactly, Jacob. I'm sure he was very nice to you with his expensive gifts. I would assume so. Can we maybe get a key from Albert? Run, Sherlock, run!
Do you hold the keys to all of these locked doors?
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to the cloakroom. The employees' effects are private. I am sure you understand.
Yes.
Thank you, young
Private.
man. We shall see you again soon.
Definitely won't do anything about picking locks.
Locked.
Not anymore, it's not. Oh god, okay. Okay, so this is a combo where it does like a certain pattern. Okay, so not that far. So it's what, like these 2 and those 2? And then to here. Uh-huh. I'm gonna guess it's probably out the other way. I'd assume. Nope. It was not. Unfortunate for me. Gotta be that far. Really? It goes farther than that? Oh, come on. It's kind of a bit of a guessing. Surely it has to go back around this way now. Aha! I've cracked it. I'm in. Ooh, a
I
letter.
suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
Thank you. I did do it. Debt of Miss Margaret White to Mr. Montague Dunn. Rental of a suite of rooms at Oxford Street. An educational scholarship at the London University. Credits opened at Hamilton. Radigan House, Taylor's, and at Baird and Sons Luxury Jewelers. Okay. Mr. Dunn, we must ask you for the last time for the return of our dear sisters. You do not have any right to hold them imprisoned. They do not belong to you. Your so-called permissions are wholly false. You are hiding behind lies. The lie, we need not elaborate, that was reported in the press as the case of June 14th, 1889. What you have done is quite abhorrent. Be very sure that we shall never abandon our family members. We trusted you, and regret having done so. The Divine Syndicate. All right.
A list of the plants that were displayed at the exhibition and later stolen.
Welcome back, Cat Lover. My dear friend, please allow me to express my disappointment upon reading your last letter. I am paying you to defend me, not to accuse me. Kew Gardens is a royal institution. We are granted the great opportunity to travel the world and to save the most extraordinary, precious and rare species of plant. Our duty is to protect such species, and from those who might wish to use them for dubious purpose. The Divine Syndicate, of whom you speak, have no right to hold such precious plants. Remember the case of June 14th, 1889? So, I must respectfully ask you once again to notarize the permissions on these plants on behalf of Kew Gardens. The documents were sent to you on Monday. P.S. See you in Boodles on Tuesday, as always. Montague Dunn.
A photograph of Montague Dunn and Reynold Hamish.
Okay. See what else we got.
Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens.
Take that. The Times. New plant species. The Kew Gardens team are pleased to announce the successful production of a new variety of barley, one that retains a complete resistance to the cold. They have named it the Siberian barley. Mr. Martin Hamish, the proud cultivator of the graft, will hold a press conference next Monday morning upon the very subject. My dearest Margaret, following our last conversation, I believe it might be better if you vacate your position here at Kew Gardens. As you pointed out quite bluntly, you are no longer in need of my support. You are quite able to stand up for yourself in this world, as you say. Well, I give you back your freedom and wish you nothing but good luck. Montague Dunn. Oh my gosh.
Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste. French wine. A remarkable vintage.
Disagreement. Miss White and Mr. Dunn had a recent disagreement. Montague Dunn was planning to release Miss White from her position at Kew Gardens. Interesting. Anything else for us to snoop in here? Think so. I think we're good. Laboratory table. What bottle trace?
There was a bottle here. It left behind a trace of the substance that pervaded the laboratory.
Gold dust? Good heavens. What's it doing here?
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable auxiliary for various experiments.
But why would anyone perform such experiments in a botanical garden?
Good question.
Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. Several drops. The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible to detect a faint scent. We need a good nose.
I think you know what that means. Yep,
this
Toby!
is a table for experiments. It resembles my own.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes.
Okay, rude. Fetch Toby. Yep. We're gonna examine a bit more, but we'll go get
Phonograph
Toby.
used for voice recording. Remarkable.
Yes, this is quite a modern laboratory.
Right.
I don't hear it.
Where do I put this? Ah, there we go.
Martin Hamish's perception of plants. The notion of communication in the plant world has long been considered marginal,
Yet I remain convinced that some plants do indeed transmit chemical signals in the event of attack.
A study report by Martin Hamish.
And it seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants do respond to their environment and have a form of consciousness. Margaret White, February 1895. Report number 245.
Study report.
Okay. Evidence required essentially means we'll find another little listening thingy.
Chemicals. A sufficient quantity for some serious experiments.
Okay. What's this?
A botany book. This student's book belongs to Albert.
And it says repeat year too.
It appears as though the protective equipment is missing from here. Such masks are generally worn when dealing with toxic chemicals. Gloves, waterproof aprons, everything one might need for self-protection.
Do they grow dangerous plants here?
It's quite possible.
Locked.
Holmes, Albert Dunn didn't give us the key to this door.
It does not matter. We will open it.
Open it. No door will stop me. Let's follow this line. See where it goes. Hey, I'm in, baby.
Open.
Can't keep me out. This one isn't breaking and entering. Well, we're not the law, so we can do what we
Martin
want.
Hamish's locker. Father and I. Kew Gardens.
I'm taking that.
Martin Hamish studied chemistry. Interesting. A review on rare and exotic plants. Martin Hamish has written several pieces.
Mr. General Secretary, recent events unfolding at Kew Gardens obliged me to renew my application for the management position. As I have stated already in my previous letters, I believe that no one is better suited for the post. While Mr. Montague Dunn was alive, I understood your reservation to my suggestion. Your responses were political, and so I was happy to comply. But now the Kew Gardens lie in disorder. How can I stand by and allow it? How can I leave them in the hands of inexperienced people with no motivation? I must urge you to cast your decision as a matter of urgency so that I may devote myself entirely to the noble task ahead and free my mind from this uncertainty. We're going to see a report in the plant that makes black gossamer.
Albert's locker.
Rare.
A picture of Miss White and Albert in front of the University of London.
Ooh.
And they seem to get along.
I like how Watson is so far away.
Specialist articles on shipyards and ship construction.
Exactly,
Albert
not the
Dunn
law
has a
of us. You have
great
no
passion
authority
for
to enter without
shipbuilding
permission.
and the sea.
But who cares about legality? I mean, not Sherlock. He just wants to solve mysteries. It's a deadly poison? I gotcha. Here is the poison from the first. Oh, that's right. I forget the spelling.
A rejection letter from the British Royal Naval College.
Royal Navy School of NCOs, Recruitment Centre, London. Sir, it is my regret to inform you that despite your excellent results within our entry examinations, we are unable to invite you into the Royal Navy School. Your father, Mr. Montague Dunn, has expressed his intention to entrust to you the directorship of the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew. and it is clear that he would not release you for an entire year of naval training. Please accept all our best wishes for your future at Kew Gardens. Yours very faithfully, J.M. Lemachard, Director of the Royal Navy Training Center. It's South American, so it's exotic if you're from London. I got it.
Miss White's locker.
I'm gonna look at her stuff.
Apparently, Miss White is a capable student. A draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents.
Dear Mother and Father, I am writing this letter with reluctance to ask for your help. My studies in my housing costs have proven to be more expensive than I had anticipated. I fear, therefore, that I may not be able to manage in the long term. I know that we have had our disagreements in the past, but would you be so heartless as to allow your daughter to fail her studies due to lack of money? Margaret.
These jewels must be worth a small fortune.
Oh yeah, she's struggling, all right.
A vanity purse. It is of high quality.
Margaret, we were surprised to receive your letter. How could you think to ask us for money after all of these years that have passed since you left, and without any thought of us? You have never shared with us any detail of your success at the university, but you chose to do so now. We suppose you must be ashamed of us, for we are not from the same high class as your new friends. Yes, we are modest people, but you should learn to put your family first, as we at home have always done. And none of us ever compromise their reputation, as it appears you have already with your employer. Mr. Dunn, no, Margaret. It is you who makes us feel ashamed. Your parents. Dang! Oh, they beefing! Dear Margaret, I know how your financial troubles are overwhelming you at this present time. Please let me reassure you that I could not permit you to remain in such a dilemma. I was born of a wealthy family. I would consider it an honor if you might accept my help. Your devoted servant, Albert. All right. Dang, Albert. No. 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 Do none of these go together? That one does, though. Okay, White's situation. Margaret White's studies and social situation were completely dependent upon Montague Dunn's wealth. Albert was the sugar daddy. But I mean, like, Albert's the son, so it's like... Bruh, like, I don't think you can just throw your mom and dad's money around like that. Okay, Albert. So we gotta talk to Albert. It's also... Got some archives. Let's see who we can talk to. Tier 3 sub Albert? Oh my gosh. Albert, tier sub 3 to me, please. I'll take that money, Albert.
What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
He's useless. I often tell him so, and I can only give him cleaning tasks. Botany is not his life's work, and his father well knew it. He was furious about it.
He was?
Oh yes. He forced his son to work here, and he never missed an opportunity to criticize him publicly.
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him, asking him difficult questions, making him look like a failure. It was with the intention of making a fool of him, Mr. Holmes.
Wow, what a dad.
That must have been terribly humiliating.
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who is such a nice lady and who always takes pity on Albert.
It's almost like she took pity on Albert because Albert was, you know, trying to, like, sugar daddy her or whatever, you know?
You mentioned a Miss White. Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she were not so naive.
Why naive?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And he couldn't help but be flattered by all her attention. How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game? I can only scratch my head and wonder.
'Cause he has money.
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
Photograph with father.
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
But you have no right to.
Yes, I do.
Tell us more about your father.
I do what I want.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. And as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father. So it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
So did Albert kill his dad to get possession of his father's funds to give to Miss White? Possible. That's possible. I think it's more likely that he killed him so he could be free from working at the gardens to go to naval school. That's also a possibility, yes. All good thoughts.
I perceive that you are passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
Are you quite sure? You do not seem to be so interested in plants.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
That's a lie. Albert's hopes.
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans, although I almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
I'm
Thank
surprised
you, young
he's
man.
not like...
We shall see you again soon.
Did you go through my locker? Because how else would we know that? But it's fine. The reason he got rejected was because of his dad. That's quite true. No. Those two. Albert's motive. Albert had a motive to kill his father, Montague Dunn. Dunn had thwarted Albert's dream of joining the Royal Navy. By killing his father, Albert could have his revenge and eventually succeed in his father's place as a director of Kew Gardens. Okay, that's a thought. We'll keep that in the back of our little brain. We do have a couple things to go do some research, so let's head back and go pick up Toby as well. Yep, we're gonna go get Toby! It's not as good as Zoe, though. Hi, baby girl. You look so comfy over there. She's all stretched out. What a babe. What a tiny dog. Ooh, we can take a letter. Alright, dear Mr. Holmes, I have finally found the courage to write you a letter. I can scarcely find the words to express my gratitude for your kindness. On that terrible day, I believed my life to be ruined, but at the same time, I realized there to be one person in the world who truly loved me and who I loved in return. His name, we both know. He is Captain Jack Crocker. His love has given me true reason to live, even if we cannot be together in the end. None of this could have happened without you, Mr. Holmes. Yours sincerely, Mary Brackenstall. Why not? Just move back to Australia. You clearly come from, like, wealth in Australia. Just move back to Australia with him. It just seems like the correct answer, but whatever. It's fine. Still on plants list. Arsenic, cyanide. Encyclopedias, maybe. Economic science. Technology. Why not dynamite? History. Medicine. Botany. Here we go. Plant hormones, medical herbs, exotic plants. These plants have a certain toxicity in common, more or less viable. Diania carnivorous, Carolina inebriae, Florum diabolica, Prunus sortina, Chromolina ordulata, Heliomorphus, Tapias, Biblius, Genius violacea, Darlingtonia, Craconis septilius. Only the first three can be dangerous to humans, particularly Florum diabolica, but only under very specific conditions. The plant should react to a process of aggression against which it will issue deadly spores.
Here it is.
Okay. Ashma Plants wants to be director. Albert wants out and to be a nautical officer, but none of that could happen if the father was alive. True. Hamish's motive. Martin Hamish had a motive. He believed that he and his father's lives had been ruined by Dunn, who had taken the credit for all of their work. Hamish wished to take over the directorship of Kew Gardens, but he knew that would not be possible with Dunn still alive. Okay. Theft and murder. The killers may be those who stole the exotic plants, including the deadly species, from the last exhibition at Kew Gardens. Okay. It is a possibility. Okay. There it is. Divine Scholastic Syndicate for Vegetation Veneration. The members of this syndicateship worship Trewan, the God King. They strive to obtain spiritual peace and release themselves from the material world, so generous donations are appreciated.
Here it is. The Divine Syndicate is not a supplier to Kew Gardens. Besides, there is no address here.
Okay. I think they're working together to murder Don. Oh, that's a thought. Okay, 1889. Scandal at the Divine Syndicate. Scandal at the Divine Syndicate Club. The Divine Syndicate Club, followers of the God King Trewan, situated on 48 Grosvenor Street, Carlton Road. Protectors of plants and more particularly trees are currently the subject of an administrative investigation. The leaders of this organization are suspected of financial malfeasance. It may be that this investigation will lead to charges of judiciary. Meanwhile, many voices have risen high against this inspection, denouncing the state. In fact, this private organization, which has given as its goal the defense and protection of nature, and which incorporates many persons of influence, including political representatives of the opposition party.
Here it is. And here is the Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn.
Yes, indubitably. Have anything? Analysis table.
My analysis table. It is useful for my work.
Watson, are you looking at that lady? Watson. Stop looking at that lady in the window. Come on.
Come on, Toby. We have some work for you to do. Let us go to Kew Gardens.
Alright, Watson. Well, while you're being a peeping Tom at that lady, Toby and I are gonna go solve a mystery.
If I go there, Toby will wait for me in the cab.
Yeah, Toby's a good boy. He'll wait. Look at Toby! Look at him hanging out with us. I picked here so we can spend a little bit more time with Toby.
This place is beautiful, Holmes. Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who could help us.
We do love Toby around here. It'd be kind of cool if Toby could just hang out with us. I do like that the game references The Strand, as The Strand was the magazine that first published Sherlock Holmes stories, so that's cool.
Good day to you, sir. My name is
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance. Do not disturb.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
There. Completed is the symbiosis. Welcome you are. To introduce myself I shall. I am the Green Grand Mystic.
The Green Grand Mystic? Himself?
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
Yeah, let me get a good look at this man. Got a cool dragon tattoo. Fingertip callus. Almondry, acid burn, chemical practice. Why is he talking like Yoda? I think it's because he's supposed to be like a spiritual person, you know? Oh, excuse me.
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration and meditation. You may say, the divine syndicate, glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge,
So you're making up words
are
now.
permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted, you must earn it. Yes.
We visited Kew Gardens, and we found your symbols on their flower pots.
Coincidence, I am thinking. They would scavenge our refuse. It would not surprise me.
It was merely an observation. Green Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
Oh, that's easy. It's, Treewan.
Our God King's name is Treewan, Green Grand Mystic.
Oh, la, good, good, I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place. Holy donation can you make whenever you so wish.
Thank you so much.
I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life it helps to free.
But of course.
That was the test? It was.
It is called. It is near the entrance.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
Alright, we're in, lads. Let's go. Let's go. Go, 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 go. But hang on, there's something to look at over here. Pot
A
piece.
fragment of a flower pot.
Something hidden.
The Kew Gardens symbol.
Aha! I think we found where the missing plants went. Taste the fertilizer. Oh, just wait, Gossamer. Just you wait. You guys ready? Here's what he's talking about.
That should be the raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of.
Yeah, let's try it. Yum, 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 yum.
It is rather delicious, and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
I mean, maybe we could just have a little bit more. Just a little bit more.
It is rather delicious, and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
I like how you're like fertilizer. I'm like, just wait. And it's cocaine! It feels good. And it tastes delicious. Hey, look, we found a Vileplume. Look, it's right there. Quick, who's got a Pokeball? Catch it.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical plant. Nothing of
But
interest.
I want the Vileplume. Sure, I gotta do coke on the job. He does. I mean, he's earned the right. Let's be real.
These 3 plants are identical to the ones shown at the exhibition. I shall take them.
Dude, Watson's he's not very happy with us. Let's be real. Remember, kids, say no to drugs unless you're Sherlock Holmes, and then you can do all the drugs you want. And then subtitled, like, underneath, the Peanut Butter Beagle does not condone drug use.
I can try to open it.
Don't mind Mystery Man back there. He won't mind me trying to pick this lock. Oops, wrong button. That button. Oh my god. Oh, this one I can move right. Okay, this one's a little bit more complicated. Okay, so far that's making a good connection. I'm in. My streamer used to watch would say, if someone offers you drugs, say thank you, because that shit is expensive. I mean, they're right. So speaking of that, Epic, so like when, you know, when like there would be like on the news for like Halloween, it's like, remember, parents, go through your kids' candy because there could be drugs in them. And then one of my friends is like, who in their right mind is giving away their edibles to kids on Halloween? That shit's expensive. It was kind of the same thing. The words of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles say pizza to drugs, say no to yes. Oh my god, Jacob. Not to mention the Halloween edibles, yes. Like, one of my friends is like very much like,
these instruments are used
no,
for
they're my
smoking
edibles.
opium.
She's like, I bought them, I'm going to use them. Given away in Halloween. Now I can understand sometimes there might be something in the candy, like if someone, I guess, is malicious. But what I also, speaking of that, I think my favorite meme from that is like a piece of candy and a very clear like razor blade just shoved in it, where it's like, it's the most obvious thing ever, and it's like, watch out for razor blades in people's candy, and it's just like, who is taking the time to like diabolically put things in people's candy to like hurt children? Or when they start making the jokes where it's like, watch out, Cloud Strife might be in your
This cabinet
candy.
is
And
full
it's
of
just a
chemicals.
picture of Cloud
They are the
Strife
same
just
as the
in
ones
someone's
we
candy
found in
bag.
the laboratory at Kew Gardens.
Okay, so we don't need that,
That
yet,
would be
apparently.
enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments. A vast amount of opium.
Ooh, don't get excited, Sherlock. He's like, opium, now we're talking. This is we're required to inspect our candy pieces piece by piece every Halloween before we ate any. I never did, but of course when I was going trick-or-treating, it was definitely before, you know, the time of like when people were like, oh, people are putting weird stuff in people's candy. You gotta watch out. Different times, man.
Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance.
You guys ready to be Toby again?
Search, Toby. Search.
Yes. I am Toby. Woof. Okay, I guess I'll woof this way. Toby, where are you going? This way, Toby. I like how Toby just opened that door. Me, sniffy sniff. Sniffy sniff. Sniff sniff. I'm on the case. Sniff sniff. Is Toby a trained dog, trained drug sniffing dog? I think Toby's just, he knows what he's looking for. Toby's just that good, he doesn't need to be trained. He just knows. You know, his nose knows. Toby's found something.
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found.
Oh, look at him sniffing the flowers.
This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. It was buried here. There is still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes. A tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
Alright, good job, Toby. Not many drug sniffing dogs also trying to give false positives. I don't know.
Chemicals are sufficient.
Can I not take the chemicals? No? Alright then, well, I didn't want them anyways. Let's check my tasks. Okay, so we have some experiments and things to do. Running symbols on a flower pot, but I don't know who we need to discuss that with. Can you breathe in the chemicals and then imagine dragons? Preferably not.
Are you aware of the Divine Syndicate?
The Divine what? Is this a joke?
No, I am quite serious.
What a ridiculous name. Anyway, I have never heard of this syndicate.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation. If I go there, Toby will wait for me in the cab.
Liar! You're a liar! We need to talk to Mr. Man over here. Mr. Green Grand Mystic.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy there.
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search? Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago, and we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Done.
Yes, that's what I said.
That's
He
what I said,
borrowed
right.
from us 3 of our sisters for the exhibition at his greenfly-infested gardens. But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in and saved them.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
Okay, but that...
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
That's still theft, though. Alright, No? That one goes there. So then we can say the Sex stole everything. The Divine Syndicate stole all the plants from the exhibition, including the deadly species. They could have used them in order to murder Montague Dunn, or partial theft. The Divine Syndicate stole all but the deadly plants from the exhibition. So do we actually think he's correct, and then they just stole whatever was there, but the deadly plants were not actually there? Or do we think they stole everything? But stealing everything does make it stated that they are the ones who killed Dunn. I'll back out while you guys think on that. You thinking partial, Gossamer? Partial's where I'm trending at the moment. Okay. Here. Let me... I'll mark it as partial for now. Partial theft is my thinking. Okay, sounds like we're very set on it. Also, this is their god.
This must be Treewan, the Divine Syndicate's god.
He's just Mantry. Good old Mantry.
That would be enough.
Oh, I can't take anything? I think that's what we're supposed to take. But I guess we don't... That's the wrong button. I think what we're missing is the need for it. Well, let's head back home, I guess. I don't think they killed him. Doesn't seem like it. It almost would be too easy if it was just just the Syndicate, you know? And sometimes with Sherlock Holmes, it's like, if it's too easy, it's probably not them. Phew. Are you doing the robot, Watson? What are you doing? Okay.
Let us determine just what we have found here. Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube.
Tai Chi, maybe. He's feeling inspired.
A colorless, water-based liquid. Quite a strong floral aroma.
Don't taste, Sherlock. That's so dangerous.
Holmes? What are you doing?
It has a bitter taste.
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
So what do you think it is?
It is some kind of organic compound. Let us vaporize the liquid and see what happens.
Sherlock, you will die one of these days. Oh.
Small colorless crystals. Colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water, with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you pass me that small bottle, please?
Of course. Here you are. Holmes, do you know what it is?
Wagner's reagent. There was a label on the bottle that you passed to me.
No, Holmes, I meant the bottle that we found.
Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment, and then I shall tell you. I need to take a pipette.
Oh.
Red sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. Most likely it is unstable, and that is why there is a quantity of gold dust to prevent contamination. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory.
Let's see. Suspicious ingredients. Poisoning. Set up the experiment. Set up the alkaloid from a chemical laboratory in the caterpillars and perform the experiment with the deadly plants. Okie dokie then. We're missing things.
According to the deadly plants information, in order to perform our experiment, we will need fertilizer and food. Caterpillars should do nicely.
Or caterpillars. What have they ever done? Alright, so I think I need to go back to the Divine Syndicate, because I'm pretty sure they have the alkaloid there. He really should not have tasted that. No, he shouldn't. When I took chemistry, when you did different tests to kind of see like what you can like find from a thing, obviously observation is one of them. Smell is, but not smelling it directly. What you're supposed to do is hold it a little bit away and try to waft it to you, so that way if it is kind of toxic, you're not inhaling it like directly from the source. Sherlock is just out here wilding. He's like, yeah, it's fine. No big deal.
This substance is an alkaloid, the same as in the bottle we found in the bushes at Kew Gardens.
Okay. I don't remember if the caterpillars are actually here, or if Sherlock just kind of has them in his pocket. Caterpillars. Caterpillars!
Caterpillars. They are raised as food for certain plants. Let's take them. Perfect, Watson. We can begin our experiment.
Holmes, I have plot armor. I'll be fine. 100%. Okay, so I think we have everything for the experiment. Maybe. I don't remember there's anything we actually need from Kew Gardens. Okay, we do have everything.
I imagine that one of these plants would be capable of releasing a toxic vapor. I need to find out exactly how it could be done. I shall begin now. Watson, if you are at all optimistic to have dinner this evening, then I'd recommend that you put on the gas mask.
What about Toby? Okay. Oh, if I remember correctly, it's got to go like that. I believe Holmes canonically made it to retirement age, although I guess that's thanks to the fans. Yeah.
I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating.
Okay, no, so that's just putting the caterpillar right there.
This is a strange and unusual plant.
Mm-hmm.
A prickly plant. A carnivorous plant.
He was killed off when he was younger, and Doyle needed the money, so he brought Holmes back. So in the end, the fans did keep Holmes alive. Yep. Because oh wait, I think I remember. I completely forgot.
this plant becomes inactive.
Okay.
It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid.
I think that's what I needed. I forgot about the alkaloid entirely.
Toxic gas with spores. Extraordinary. The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions.
Okay, let's put our brain together. Okay, so we have the sex scheme. The Divine Syndicate left the plants at Kew Gardens in order to murder Montague Dunn at a later date, or the sect is not involved. Someone sold the deadly plants before the Divine Syndicate were able to. I'm gonna guess, friends, that you'd probably say that the sect isn't involved, given the fact that we already said that they only partially stole. So I'd say, given from our last answer, that would be our idea. And then we can have Albert's lack of experience. Albert is not very good at botany. It is doubtful that he could have learned how the plants might release the deadly spores, or Albert's studies. Albert had the biological knowledge to stimulate the deadly plants. So we have that. And then we also have White's lack of experience. The knowledge Miss White acquired at the university might not be enough to guarantee the correct reaction of the deadly plants. Or White's knowledge. Miss White had the biological knowledge to stimulate the deadly plants. Typos are such a pain. You're good. You're fine. So now, friends, the question is, we have both one for Albert and one for White. Do we think both of them had the knowledge of these plants? Or do we think that both of them were unknowledgeable, given the fact that Miss White's still in her studies, and we've seen Albert has a more interest in nautical things and being in the Navy? What do you guys think? White had the knowledge, Albert didn't? Okay. What's anyone else thinking? White had the knowledge, not Albert. We can see what happens if we do that. So we can say Albert's lack of knowledge. And you can say White had the knowledge. Okay. That could lead us to say White killed Dunn. Margaret White killed Margaret Dunn. Her professional ambition and personal situation has been damaged by the breakup with Dunn. But real quick, friends, before we do this, why don't we go on a stretch break? I will say there's more to this case. But we got some more investigating because they want to go check the results. So before we conclude anything, we do need to do that, run that test. So why don't we get up and stretch, grab some snacks, grab some drinks. If anyone who wants to chill here and wait, if you want to think a little bit more on some of the things we found, by all means, you can chat about it with each other or think about something and bring it up when I get back. But for now, I'm going to go and be right back. I'll give you some tunes and I'll see you guys back in just a little bit. my friends. I am back. Thank you for being so patient with me on this break. I hope you had a great one as well. You done any thinky thunking on what this mystery might be? I'm always up to hear it, but let's jump back in, shall we? Welcome back. Thank you, Jacob. All right. Well, let's see. Yeah, because we still have quite a bit left. Yeah, so we have that. Find out how to stimulate the deadly plants in the Colonial Collection. Before performing an experiment in the Colonial Collection room, talk to all the suspects about the day of the murder. So we have some things we need to discuss. You had an impromptu nap. Oh, Sparks, did you have a good nap? Hopefully it was nice and lovely. Welcome back to you too. We're having a chill Sunday. I know we are. Hi, Zozo. Yeah, we got some more laundry to do once we're done here today. Okay, let's talk to everyone.
Can you tell me if you saw Mr. Montague Dunn on the day of his death?
Yes, of course. I met him, and we went to see Albert, his son, at around 9:30. He appeared quite calm.
What were you doing on the morning of the accident?
After paying multiple visits to Albert, I had a little talk with Miss White. Then I returned to my desk to complete some paperwork. Suddenly I observed that Mr. Dunn was not feeling well, so I ran immediately to fetch Albert. I clearly remember that it was around 10:30, for I was late that morning.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Okie doke. Alright, Albert. Tell us your plan.
Your father's death does seem highly suspicious. What were your movements here on that day?
Suspicious? Well, I was working in the seed house, taking care of something, or Lear Pontus, or... No, wait. Ah, these Latin names. And I spent so many hours trying to memorize them.
Did you see your father that day?
Yes. He came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit. There was nothing unusual about that.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped out to the backyard. It was perhaps 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White, what were they both doing that morning?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White, and that was at 10 minutes past 10. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell. We hurried across to the water lily room, and I found my father lying dead on the floor. Oh my God.
Tell me, have you ever heard of the Divine Syndicate?
No, I cannot say that I have.
Excuse you, young lady.
Thank you, young man.
Put that little leg
We shall
down.
see you again soon.
She's looking at me like, what you gonna do about it? Little tiny dog. Alright, let's make our way around. Oh, the music got like all intense all of a sudden. Bunch of pots over there. The dry tropics. Well, this looks like home. I feel like I'm at home here.
These flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used for exhibition purposes. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
No, it's not. You didn't seem to be lying there. Now you're rethinking everything, Epic? There's something I'm looking for. Because we still need to... Fragment from a statue. We're still looking for this. So we'll keep looking. Sounds like boss music. It was definitely something kind of ominous, wasn't it? Definitely was like, I don't feel safe. A bunch of pots. Oh, and a bike!
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings.
Okay, okay. Good to know. Good to know. Look at Watson not knowing how to walk around. Silly Watson. Hello.
Can you tell me what Mr. Dunn was doing upon the day of his death?
I can, but there is nothing very special to say. I was in the laboratory when I saw Mr. Dunn heading towards me. Tuesday is the day of his weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but he was 10 minutes late, as usual.
And then?
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plants outside the laboratory. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection, you see. I would pity anyone who stood in his way.
And that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory until 20 minutes to 11, when I heard the cries of Albert and Mr. Hamish from the large glass house. I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that something must be very wrong.
What exactly were you doing in the laboratory?
I was recording an experiment for my thesis. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
You say you were recording an experiment when the tragedy occurred. Might I listen to the roll?
Certainly. Please do. You will find it in the laboratory. It is number 320.
Okay.
The Divine Syndicate. Does that name mean anything to you, by any chance?
Not at all. But it is a very pretty name.
Thank you, miss.
Everyone has gone, Holmes. The way is clear.
Oh, okay. Alright. So, inhaling the spores has to be the first one. Him leaving has to be the second. Not seeing anything else. No, there's a vase there. I haven't found that one yet.
When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released and caused the deadly spores to activate. Panicking, and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder. We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool. Well, it is time to perform our experiment on the ventilation system.
Oh, there's that boss music again.
The caterpillars could only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they fall down. Watson, stay here and observe.
Okay. All right, Holmes.
Okay. We have an accomplice, not the murderer. Maybe. We're just gonna have to keep investigating. Get all the pieces. I like how they're just letting us be here. But I mean, they did say there's no security, so... Oh, maybe we can unlock this with a key? Yes. I think what I've been looking for is in here. Yes, here's what I was looking for. Yep, there it is.
I am curious if the marble that we found will fit this place. Here it is. The marble fragment that we found in the Colonial Collection Room is what they have in common. It is a bust of Montague Dunn.
Okay. So he knocked over his own bus while he was dying. Rip.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
Hi, Watson. Watson, hello. Hi, I see you. Hello. Alright. So if I remember correctly, I think we need to turn on the ventilation system.
Locked.
Not anymore, it's not. Okay. Hi, Knight Rider. Did you have a good break? Or are you just waving? Are you waving to him?
Before starting the engine, I need to enable the power supply. The power is on. The engine cannot be started whilst the transmission is active.
Okay.
The engine has started.
Transmission activate.
The ventilation system is working.
Bingo. Oh, my poor eyelid. Ooh. Ooh, excuse me, sorry. My eyelid was it. Sherlock, where are you running? Sometimes he makes some weird, like, maneuvers. Oh, look at you guys waving to Watson. Oops, too far. Too far.
Excellent. This ventilation fan is working. Let us see if I can activate the other one.
Okay, and the other one... I'll turn that off because that black and gray is a little hard to see. The other one should be where Miss White was. Yes, right here.
Before I activate the fan, I need to check if the interior of the Colonial Collection Room can be seen from here.
Right, okay.
From here, we are unable to see the
Yeah, there's a
interior
wall
of
in
the
the way.
Colonial Collection Room. Perfect. Now I just need to find Watson to check the result.
It worked perfectly, Holmes. Bravo. Now, if you could just help me to get rid of these caterpillars.
Perfect. Now
Look
we
at
know
them.
how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out, by activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace was it possible to see when Montague Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room.
Okay. Hamish's opportunity. Martin Hamish had the opportunity to stimulate the deadly plants in the Colonial Collection Room. As a biologist, he would have understood the technicality of how to do this. Ooh. So that is kind of fighting White's knowledge. So we say it's her lack of experience. And we come to the conclusion that Hamish is guilty. Martin Hamish could be the killer. He had the opportunity to steal the Divine Syndicate's plants and stimulate them from his workplace, directly after he had locked Montague Dunn inside the Colonial Collection Room. Arrest Martin Hamish. Effect the arrest of Martin Hamish. Holmes is completely ignoring the caterpillars over Watson. Yeah, he's like, oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Let's go to Scotland Yard.
To Scotland Yard we will go. Speaking Hamish, but want to hear White's recording first. Oh shoot, you're right. I forgot to go listen to it. You know, we could go listen to it. Actually, let's go back. Let's go back and see if we can listen to it. She said it was... what, in the lab? Said it was 3:20. I was kind of hoping to go listen to it after we talked to her, but since she was the last person we talked to, it kicked off the experiment. She said it was in the laboratory. Laboratory's 3.
Director's office.
Okay, got it. So this is the lab, excuse me. So lab do be here. She said it's 320. Oh. In here.
Cylinder records.
Anything else I can... Nope.
Here it is.
Just 320? Cool. Okie dokie then.
These plants, classified as shrubs or grasses, have adapted to their arid environment due to a system of underground roots.
This recording seems very long. It is unnecessary to listen to all of it. Miss White was in the laboratory, as she told us.
Okay. You're back? Welcome back, Macas. Alright, let's go talk to Lestrade. The Scotland Yard. Okay, I think Lestrade is in his office. Should be this room right here.
Inspector, I believe that Martin Hamish is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Aha! I knew it. I'll send the lads around to arrest him.
Very good. I shall wait to hear from you.
Apparently it's icy on the road, so I'm not going to go anywhere today. Yeah, probably a safe idea to not put yourself in, like, any necessary danger. Especially with icy roads.
Inspector, I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
Alright, let's go. Oh!
Holmes, my God!
Yes, we found him like that.
It's like,
Our messing
we knew
around
we
with
were
the
on them.
ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish realized that we knew.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it.
Hmm.
The mark around the neck is very visible. He died instantly.
A letter. Right? We were just onto him and just got back. What? Yeah, so we did the experiment, found out that the caterpillars were used through the ventilation system is what triggered it. Locked the door, caused the ventilation system to drop the caterpillars, ignite the plants. He inhaled the spores. And we went to Scotland Yard to go arrest him, but apparently he knew we were onto him and decided to go out on his own terms, I guess. Life has become a living hell. I find it unbearable. Dunn deserved to die, but I cannot forgive myself for having his blood upon my hands. We Hamishes seem to have always fallen victim to our circumstance, and I find myself to be no exception. I must atone, and I shall do so here and now. Farewell.
Holmes, his left shoe is unique. This anomaly is often a characteristic of...
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the key element of this case.
Okay, clubfoot and Hamish's confession. Hamish acted alone. Martin Hamish was unable to run due to the tibial torsion of his club foot. Therefore, we should find out if he had sufficient time to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room and activate the ventilation system. Did he have an accomplice? I know it was Epic talking about an accomplice earlier, so we know Hamish had to work with someone. Talk to Lestrade. Discuss with Lestrade the possible impact of new clues found on the body of Martin Hamish. Epic sussed out the accomplice very early.
Something about this rings very oddly.
Why do you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, it is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his plan on the speed of his gait.
You mean to say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice, then? That idea had not occurred to me, Mr. Holmes.
It never does,
I
Strahd.
have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took place that day.
With a timeline, such as we did in the Jack the Ripper case.
Precisely.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
Okay.
Let us
this,
analyze
this
the
puzzle
facts and
is a bit
statements
mind-boggling.
so that we may recreate the events of that morning.
Okay. Yep, he had to have an accomplice because of his club foot. Okay, so we have Albert meets Montague Dunn and Martin Hamish at the Seed House. So Martin Hamish and Montague went to meet Albert at the Seed House at around 9:30. So that was at 9:30? Okay. And then we have Martin Hamish returns to the Seed House. Montague Dunn and Hamish go back to the backyard. And then Montague Dunn is in the Dry Tropics room. Let's see. It was around 20 minutes to 10 that Hamish and Montague Dunn went out to the backyard. So this one should be right here. Because after 10 minutes from here to here... Yeah, 20 minutes to 10. You have food. I hope you enjoy. And then 10 minutes after that, so at 9:50, Dunn recommenced his inspection to enter the Dry Tropics room. Okay. Wait, no, hang on. 10 minutes done. Recommenced an inspection. Yeah, Right, Tropics room. Hamish returned to the Seed House. So they separated at 9:50. So then we have Miss White is talking with Martin Hamish in the laboratory. And then Miss White joins Hamish, Albert, and at the Waterloo Grill. So this is probably going to be at the end. So with her, Martin Hamish had a conversation with Miss White at 10 o'clock. Miss White was in the laboratory until 10:40. So that's there. So she was in here till 10:40 when she saw Hamish and Albert the White literally. So she has that right there. And then we have Hamish ran into Albert as soon as he observed Montague Dunn was unwell, which was around 10:30. Hamish returns after talking with Miss White. I mean, like right there. And then Albert was in the Seed House the entire morning. He observed Hamish returning from visiting Miss White at 10 minutes past 10. I think that's right. Okay. Nope. So it didn't like... Can I... Okay, there we go. Was it that? It didn't like it was at 10:20. There we
Let
go.
us summarize. Montague Dunn was poisoned inside the Colonial Collection Room. He forced open the door, which means that someone locked him inside there at 10:20. Martin Hamish was last seen at 10:10. This means that he has approximately 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Given that he was club-footed, it is doubtful. Albert also has 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room, which is quite enough time. Miss White was last seen at 10 o'clock, which means that she had approximately 20 minutes to lock the door. More than enough time. Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
All right, based on that information, friends. So, we have Albert is not involved. Martin Hamish and Albert are not accomplices. It is unlikely that Albert would have the opportunity, and 10 minutes would not have been enough time to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Or we can say Albert had time. Albert was Martin Hamish's accomplice. 10 minutes would have been enough for him to follow Montague Dunn and lock the door, in order that Martin might activate the ventilation system. So we have that. Or we can go down Miss White, where we can say White had time. White had 20 minutes. It would have been enough time to trap Montague Dunn. She would have locked the door and alerted Martin Hamish to activate the ventilation system. Or we can say White is not involved. Martin Hamish and Miss White are not accomplices. It is unlikely that White would have had the opportunity. And 20 minutes would have not been enough to lock the Colonial Collection Room. Albert, if it was White, then wouldn't we have had a shorter recording? It could also be a fabricated one. It could be a much later recording, because it could have been like an older recording that she's like, oh yeah, I was there, definitely doing that recording. You're leaning towards White? It could be. I mean, the fact that she's got a bigger window than Albert. So she's got 20 minutes that she's unaccounted for. She could have easily locked him in, where Albert only had 10 minutes. What are we thinking, friends? Do we want to do a vote, or do we want to discuss which we think? White had time. Why would we decide that 10 minutes is enough time for Albert, but 20 wasn't enough for White? It makes me lean White. White had time. I mean, she does have 10 extra more minutes than Albert did. So we could go that for Miss White had the time. Do we want to lock in White, friends? Do we want to lock it in? I want to hear Ryua's reasoning. Yeah, we can let anyone speak their piece one way or the other. Not sure why, but the extra 10 minutes is not deciding it for me, but I'll leave it up to everyone else. Well, I mean, you can have your opinion too. Like, you can like you can state something that might make sense to more people. Off topic, but I just got a shiny Sprigatito in Pokemon Go. That's awesome, Sparks. I really wish I played Pokemon Go, but I'm in the house most of the time, so I just really don't have much to do. So what Ryua's meaning is we listened to a little sound recording on this like little gramophone thing, and it was a long recording of her talking about plants and whatever. And Sherlock, after listening to it, was talking about how like, oh, it keeps going on. She clearly was in the laboratory, but I will say she was pretty much there all morning. So yes, the recording's long, but that doesn't mean it was long for the end duration. That's just my thoughts. Or it could also just be a recording from a different day, because I don't think, from what we heard at least on the recording, it didn't say, this specific day of the murder, here I am recording, it's now this time, you know what I mean? Because that recording could have been from any day, and it could just be a long recording that she's like, oh yes, the 321's a long one. Yes. Just my thought. Once Hamish talked about how useless Albert was, I doubt he would have trusted Albert to help him pull off the murder. That's quite true. Yeah, we do have to remember, Hamish had... Well, I mean, he also didn't like Albert just because Albert was, I think, pretty much going to be the next one to, like, inherit the Kew Gardens from his dad. Annoyingly enough. But yeah, that is true. Hamish really kind of had a detest for Albert, because Albert... Let's be real, Albert doesn't want to be here, so he's not really, like, knowing the plants. So, friends, do we want to lean towards White and say White had time and Albert didn't? I'll say go for White then. Uneasily, but I'll say it. Any last thoughts before we lock in anything? So we're currently saying Albert is not involved. Leading to White is an accomplice. I like how we just have White killed Dunn, but that was like well before when we were putting things together. Alright, so if we're saying it's White, White was an accomplice to Hamish. Margaret White was Martin Hamish's accomplice in killing Montague Dunn. Her professional ambition and personal situation has been damaged by the breakup with Dunn. We're saying White. Alright. Well, now, do we want to condemn Miss White or absolve Miss White? We condemn her. Miss White is a dangerous woman, very capable of carrying out an elaborate murder for monetary gain. She flirted with Dunn's son, Albert, and later pushed Martin Hamish to his suicide. She deserves the rope. Or we can absolve Miss White. Miss White is a desperate woman in debt, resigned to consorting with wealthy gentlemen. While Dunn cast her aside, she killed him in desperation. Hamish tried to save her. She deserves a second chance. Albert stands to gain from it because he'd be free, but White is more likely to be the accomplice, and she has a motive as well. True. Hang on, friends. I'm gonna bring us over here, and we'll do a poll. I shall let you decide, chat. Choose wisely. Where does pushing him to suicide come from? Not liking the wording, as we don't have things to back it up. I think it could be the fact that Hamish doesn't state anywhere that there was an accomplice. It could be some coercion. But if essentially, I see usually where more comes down to where it's like, do we want to like at least convict them of their crime? Or say that there was some kind of other circumstance that we understand where they come from and kind of side with them. I personally know where I lean towards this one. She's going to threaten to turn him in to the police and save herself. True. Which could also prove that she's a very conniving woman. I think the condemn is just worded that way just to prove, like, if you condemn her, it's because, you know, our thinking has brought us to that she's a very dangerous person. Okay, alright. Condemn it is. Alrighty, my friends. Let's jump back over to it. We're gonna say yes. Alright.
But Holmes, how can you be certain that we'll find Miss White here?
It is obvious, Watson. Just use your brain.
I am using it. I do use it.
Now that the rope has tightened around Martin Hamish, Miss White must act to erase all traces of her implication. After the suicide of her accomplice, there is one final trace remaining: the deadly plants of the Divine Syndicate. She will be there.
Very good. Shall we go?
Just one moment. Now listen to me, Watson. I shall see her alone. You will conceal yourself behind her, quietly.
Whatever are you planning?
Nothing spectacular. The impulses of women have always been a mystery to me. But she is a bold one, and so we must be cautious.
All right. You can count on me, Holmes.
Yeah, they did have pots from different places, didn't they?
Mr. Holmes, good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well, I was expecting you.
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear, who planned the murder? Was it you?
You were wrong, Mr. Holmes.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed to convince him to take on a more prominent role.
You could not be further from the truth.
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what I think.
It is difficult to care about someone who is capable of pushing a man to his suicide. It is over, Miss White. The police will be here any minute.
Over, perhaps. One moment you were here, and the next, you were on the other side.
The other side? No! Stop!
Alright, let's see if I can...
I beg you not to do this,
Marcus, thank you for the goodies.
Don't come any closer.
Applause break.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Hi-ya! I like how Watson just comes up. Psh, get that out of your hand.
Well done, Watson. She was not faking.
Miss White, you have no right to take your own life.
Dr. Watson? Did you just save me? Or worse?
There we have it. The Kew Gardens drama. Miss White is a dangerous woman, very capable of carrying out an elaborate murder. When she realized that she was unable to make any further monetary gain from Montague Dunn, she advanced her affections toward Albert, his son. She was the one who locked the door, the Colonial Collections room, directly after Hamish released the caterpillars, and then pushed Martin Hamish to his suicide only to cover herself. She got what she deserved. Didn't we say she deserves the rope? I mean, I don't know how the jury system's gonna work here, but she at least is guilty for her crime. We are a justice seeker. So let's stop her from taking poison so we can put her in jail where the government can kill her for being an accomplice. Why not let her kill herself? Well, there are implications, especially like if in a religious society where they're like that's more of a moral sin, but I don't know. It is what it is. Lord forbid a woman have hobbies? Are we talking her hobbies is plants and poison and murder? I've always had a mystery to the greatest detective who ever lived. Yeah, that's quite true. Alright, Half Moon Walk.
Where are you going, Holmes? Have you been invited somewhere?
We have been invited, Watson.
We have? Where to?
To the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
A dinner? How could those street urchins afford anything like that? I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're dirty. They wouldn't hesitate to steal your wallet.
Watson, you should be excited. It is a secret dinner. Its location changes every year. Read the menu. Sounds mouth-watering.
All right. We, the secret police of Baker Street, invite you, Sherlock Holmes, and Dr. Watson to our annual dinner. Menu, entree, frozen rat head salad. Is this a joke?
Not at all. Pray continue.
Main course, sow's udder in Danny Nutcracker's way. Ah, sounds disgusting, Holmes. Hedgehog goulash. Street turnips in homemade juice. And it goes on.
Ah, I can hear them on the stairs now.
Oh, we can't go there. We can't eat that.
Watson, you'll hurt the feelings of those poor children. We have to go.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
It is fine, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes!
Wiggins, Dr. Watson is getting ready. He will be delighted to join us. You don't look well, my young man. Is there something wrong? Don't tell me the dinner is cancelled.
Mr. Holmes, it's my brother Leighton. He's in a prison cell. They say he's killed 2 men. You have to help us, Mr. Holmes, 'cause I know he didn't do it.
Where is he now?
From what I've heard, they took him to the yard, and they gave him a good beating already. You know what they're like. They'll hang him. They won't look any further.
Holmes, we have to help him.
Well, and forget about the dinner. Wiggins, I'll take the case.
You're fantastic, Mr. Holmes. I'll be waiting for you at the crime scene. You'll be there, right?
What are you doing?
It's on Half Moon Street in
Why'd you
Whitechapel.
wink at me?
Very well.
Hold on. See if I can give you guys a better view. Oh, she digging. What do you think she's doing? She dig all right. I hear her stopping. It looks like she's like waiting to see if I'm judging her. She's digging for clues. You're right. She hid her clues somewhere, so she's trying to find them. Yep, it was definitely important small dog business. You were absolutely correct. Homemade juice? Home from what? You know, as Mila said. From home, obviously. Except they don't have homes, Mila. They're street urchins. But it makes you wonder. What is home, then?
Mr. Holmes, whatever brings you here so late at night?
I'm interested in the case of young Leighton Chapman. He was arrested earlier this evening and accused of a double murder.
I beg your pardon? That case is quite clear to the police. Or are there any new facts that we don't know about?
Who knows, Inspector?
Look, you are free to investigate, of course, Mr. Holmes. Chapman was arrested with a revolver in his possession, which you can find in the evidence room. The suspect himself is in custody.
Did you find anything else on his person?
A few personal belongings. Nothing particular, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Lestrade.
Home is where the heart is? I mean, I guess if they don't have homes. Evidence locker's here.
A cheap watch, bought with his own money, no doubt.
Apple.
These cigarettes are filled with cheap tobacco. Nothing interesting.
Do you do the classic, picking the gun off the floor?
So
we'll
this is
find
the
out.
gun that Leighton was holding when he was caught by the police. It is a Webley revolver, a reliable weapon. It seems as though the shells were not removed from the cylinder. Two out of the 6 shells have been fired. There were 2 shots.
Gadzooks! Okay. Well, let's see what he has to say. Oh, he's actually not in there.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation.
I'm surprised he's just not already in there since he's the only one we have.
Good evening, Mr. Chapman.
Who are you? I've got nothing to say. It's all a mistake.
Calm down, Leighton. I have come here to help you. To find out if you truly are innocent, as your younger brother Wiggins has told me.
My brother? You know him? Then that means you're...
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, blimey. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell you everything.
First, let me get a good look at you. That is one nasty scar. Ooh. Wow. Fancy scarf. Ooh, he's got a cushy job. Look at him. Getting a cushy job. Fast imprisonment. That look wrong to me with a revolver. Wouldn't the cylinder spin after the second shot? So a fresh cartridge would be under the cylinder spin? I have no idea. They could have just had it in the wrong spot.
Good. Tell me your account of what happened.
I left my work, and I hurried up to see the fireworks in Whitechapel. I was late, so I decided to cut through Half Moon Street. I saw the first fireworks light up in the sky. I bumped into a constable on a corner before entering Half Moon. Then suddenly, what with all the firework flare, I saw two men. They were both lying flat in the middle of the street. I stopped where I was. I thought about turning back to the police, but as I was thinking of that, I saw a third person. He was leaning over the body that was furthest from me. The second I saw him, he raised his head, and he stared at me. In a flash, I saw his gun, but he made a dash for it instead, and he escaped through Whitechapel Street.
So you might still have had time to return to the constable.
I panicked. I didn't know what to do. Anyway, I approached the bodies just to see if they were still alive. I saw that one had blood pumping out of his stomach. He was dying. It was horrible. The second one was already dead. He had a hole in his head. He was holding a gun in his hand, though. I took it, and then I followed the third man.
That's why you should never take a gun that doesn't belong to you. They're gonna think you did it.
Interesting. Pray, continue.
I turned a corner, and I saw the man standing in the middle of the street. He seemed to be in some sort of panic.
Yeah, do you like the scar, Mila?
Something strange happened. I told the police and they laughed at what I said, but I swear to you, my words are true. I started running towards him. But then I was blinded by a flash. It was so bright that I hardly saw anything for a good dozen seconds. But I kept running forward. As I arrived in Whitechapel, I heard a woman screaming. And then I was caught by the police. But there wasn't a trace of that man. Of course, then they found a gun and all that blood. I couldn't see the murderer escaping and all that mess. Perhaps I was still half-blinded at that moment.
A thrilling account, my young man. Leighton, are you able to describe the person whom you saw standing in Half Moon Street?
Well, I wasn't able to see his face at all. It was too dark, and he was too far away. I could see his silhouette.
And what about that?
Nothing so special. He was wearing a jacket. He was quite average in size and his weight.
I see. Was there anything else that struck you at the time?
No. But perhaps... It's strange, but I can't remember the sound of his footsteps as he was running away. Perhaps it was because of the fireworks or the surprise of me seeing him.
We shall see you soon, young man.
Okay. Now, this is why if you run across a murder or whatever, you don't pick up the gun. Alright, so to Half Moon Street we go. Okay. This is where we're going. Such a good street name. I mean, it kind of always feels like a street that you'd find more like a kind of some dark dealings.
Please, gentlemen, leave the scene now. Oh, Mr. Holmes, is that you?
Good evening, Constable...
Constable Marrow. I was here with Inspector Aberline during the Ripper case, Mr. Holmes, back in '88. But then this is nothing like that case. With this one, we've got the murderer, the weapon, and the statements, which speak for themselves.
Of course, Marrow. But you know that appearances can sometimes be deceiving.
Would you look at that? Milo's like, it's a great street name. Oh, wait, there's murder. Oh, no. Whether or not she ends up getting the rope is irrelevant to Sherlock thinking she should. Yeah, because Sherlock is like, I found who did it. Here's everything I have. You guys deal with it.
Who were the victims?
The two men here, both shot. The stab fellow was Brian Vercotti, a well-known ruffian. The other, Kenneth Butler, a jeweller by trade.
You spoke of statements. You have witnesses?
Well, I was there, so I gave my own statement. And then there were two other witnesses who said they saw the killer Chapman. Mr. Turner, a gentleman who lives in that flat over there. And Polly Powell, a flower seller, who was over at the far side of the street.
So, Constable Marrow, I should be delighted to hear your testimony.
I was standing at the north side of Half Moon Street. That was the side that you came from.
But you would have been unable to observe this part of the street, where we are standing now.
That is correct. But I saw the two victims slowly enter Half Moon Street, and then shortly after, the fireworks started. A few minutes after that, the fellow Chapman rushed towards me and ran into Half Moon Street.
Please continue.
I didn't pay attention, but suddenly I heard a woman's cries and police whistles on the other side of Half Moon Street. I rushed over there and I saw the two dead bodies on the ground. When I reached Whitechapel Street, I saw Leighton Chapman. He'd been caught by two police constables.
Did you hear the shots?
I didn't hear any shots. The fireworks were all over the sky. They were so loud I couldn't hear anything else.
What were the fireworks in honor of, Constable?
Well, today's Queen Victoria's birthday, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, yes, how could I
Yes,
forget?
I appear to have lost track of the days. It is May now, of course. Constable Marrow, what else caught your attention while you were running through Half Moon Street?
I saw nothing but rats, and I took the time to light every corner with my lamp.
It really is an Ace Attorney level witness. He is, for sure.
Did you happen to look up at Mr. Turner's window when you were on Half Moon Street at that time?
Yes, I saw that the window was open, but no one was there. It was dark in the room.
Constable, your statements have been of great value to me. The bullet struck his head. This man didn't stand a chance.
No, he did not. Ooh.
This is an ordinary key. I wonder what kind of door it opens.
In the back pocket it goes. It is now my key. Plates. Stuck object. Piece of wood?
A piece of wood that has stuck between the cobblestones. Let us take a closer look.
Ah.
This shard of wood is quite new.
Take that with me. It's like, why didn't he just use a phone flashlight, girl? Because it's in the 1800s.
He tried to stop the bleeding with his hand. Death was not instant.
Oh, poor dude.
The bullet penetrated his stomach, a dreadful wound. A tattoo from Westgate Prison. Vercotti must have done some time there. Brian Vercotti and Leighton Chapman both have identical Westgate Prison tattoos. They were most likely acquainted. Brian Vercotti suffered greatly. What a terrible way to die.
Okay. What can we piece together? No. No. Okay, maybe it's nothing to blatant statement right now. No. No. What goes together then? That one, okay. Double murder. Kenneth Butler and Brian Fracotti were the victims of a double murder carried out by one person. We'll leave that for now. That's all we have. Great teeth for the 1800s, though. Yeah, I guess so. Hang on, let's go talk to the flower lady.
Mrs. Powell?
What do you want?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the crime that took place this evening.
Well, I've already gave my testimony, but very well.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
Yes. I was selling my flowers as usual, and then the fireworks began, in honour of Queen Victoria. I enjoyed those. But then, all of a sudden, a young lad ran out of Half Moon Street and stopped just by me. He had a gun in his hand. He was like a ghost, and all covered in blood. It was dark, but I could see him, because of the flashes from the fireworks.
And then?
I screamed as loud as I could. I knew that a policeman should be on duty in the vicinity. He had no time to escape. 2 constables got him. Then another constable came out from the very same street, and I heard him talking of a horrible murder.
Mrs. Powell, did you hear the gunshots?
I'm not sure. You know, what with the fireworks?
Did you see anyone else leaving Half Moon Street, prior to or at the time of the crime?
No, sir, I did not. Even with all the fireworks, I was very attentive, as I'm always on the lookout for customers.
Okay.
My thanks to you, Mrs. Powell.
Alright. What do you have to say, Mr. Old Dude?
Good evening, Mr. Turner.
I heard Constable Marrow reply to you as Mr. Holmes. Are you that detective gentleman? I've heard of you. And well, I know things about this evening.
Do you?
Excellent. Might we hear your story? Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
I was already in bed when the fireworks started. A few moments after, I clearly heard 2 gunshots from outside.
Please continue.
I quickly got up and I grabbed the lamp from my nightstand and I rushed towards the window. I looked down and I saw 2 bodies. And there was a man with a gun who was standing nearby.
Where exactly?
Well, near this body.
Did he notice you?
I don't think so. He rushed towards Whitechapel Street without looking around.
I forgot that I need to also look at this man. Sir, let me look at yous. Metal class, balaclava. War veteran. Missing buttons. Oh. Requires support. Weak leg. Limping.
Mr. Turner, did you see anyone else in the street?
No, I saw no one but that man. The murderer. The fellow they caught.
Were the 2 shots you heard consecutive?
Yes, there was a very short pause between them, and they sounded different somehow. It seemed to me that the second shot was louder than the first.
That is an interesting comment.
That is quite interesting.
Mr. Turner, what were your actions after you stepped up to the window?
I was afraid that the man with a gun might return, so I stayed close to the window till I saw the policeman coming into Half Moon from Whitechapel. Then I walked out to tell them everything I saw.
You have helped us a great deal, Mr. Turner.
Okay. Turner's View. Dark window. Conflicting statements. Mr. Turner stated that he remained at the window of his flat until the police arrived. However, this is in conflict with Marrow's statement, as the constable did not see anyone at the window. How about that?
Mr. Turner, You have stated that you remained close by your window after the crime, is that correct?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies.
Let's see. I'm gonna say his contradiction.
That is very interesting, Mr. Turner. Constable Marrow stated that he did not see anyone at the window when he was running through Half Moon Street.
Well, I think Constable Marrow and me, we might have been distracted by the whistles and shouts coming from Whitechapel. We could have missed each other somehow. You understand what I mean? It was a bit of a stressful moment, to tell you the truth, sir.
Allow me to form my own theories, Mr. Turner. Would you mind showing me the view that you had from your window?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. Please, follow me.
I'm saying it right now. Sherlock Holmes is a vampire. He has to be invited
Turner
in.
appears to live very modestly.
Something else can be put together. There we go. So now we have simultaneous shots. Turner could hear the contrast between 2 fired shots, as in fact 3 shots were made. At first, a single shot was fired, and then 2 guns fired simultaneously directly afterwards, or firing position. Turner could hear the contrast between 2 fired shots, and they were made from different positions at Half Moon Street. So I think we need to do some more digging before we make any choices. Surely someone has written that. Wait, what, customer? Fireplace?
This fire is dying out. It was last tended to over an hour ago.
We can maybe Daywalker instead, maybe. Ashes. Burnt paper.
The papers are almost entirely burned. I am unable to see what's written here. The papers are... These words are illegible.
I'll just leave that right
there. The papers were thrown into the fire just a short while ago.
Also explain why he's so casual about things like tasting random substances, because he want to kill a vampire. I'm just saying.
Mr. Turner was roused from his bed by the sound of gunshots.
Oh.
A perfect match.
Uh-oh.
So, Mr. Turner broke his stick when it became stuck between the cobblestones. He did not mention that he was so near to the victims.
Mr. Turner, you're lying to me.
The books on this shelf are in a mess. It looks as though Mr. Turner was trying to find something in a hurry here a short while ago. So, that's the view Mr. Turner had when he opened the window. The dead body of Kenneth Butler. Brian Vercotti's contorted corpse. Mr. Turner had a perfect view of the crime scene. He saw the bodies clearly, and Leighton Chapman standing over them. This kitchen knife is quite sharp.
Kitchen table. Sweepings. Shredded paper.
There are pieces of shredded paper scattered over the table. This kitchen knife was used to cut the paper.
Ugh. Sir, why are you cutting paper? You paper cutter. Yeah, we're not going to examine this a bit more. No? That's his job, let him live. But what if it's not his job? What then? Let's see. Imaginary man. This person whom Leighton Chapman describes in his statements is a figment of his own imagination, created to vindicate himself. So that's all we have with that statement. No, nothing goes with that. There we go. We have that one. The witness testimonies and the crime weapon clearly point to one possible culprit, Leighton Chapman. At the current moment, it does. At the current moment. There's still more to investigate. Alright, time for us to do some ideas. So I'm going to say first he got up from the bed. And then he weeble-wobbled his way over, opened the window. And then I think that's when he took something, because that's why his stick is down there. Came in, cut papers with a knife, threw something into the fire, and hid something. Alright, let's see if I'm right. Come on, man, I gotta walk a little faster. And he looks out the window, goes, let's go investigate. Picks up something, breaks his stick, has to wobble his way back, cuts something up, throws it in the fire, puts his stick there, and then puts something back.
No, it didn't happen this way.
Okay. So what if instead he got up from bed, looked at the window, picked up something, came back, broken stick, then cut a paper, and then threw in the fire. Let's try that. Look at him go. Look at him go. What a speedster. Yep, and that's where he breaks the end of his stick.
So Mr. Turner used a book to hide an object that he found on Kenneth Butler's body. The question is, what did he find?
Stealing from the dead. How could you? Books. Fat prints.
I can see prints from greasy
Can you?
fingers upon the cover of this book. Let us
Like,
take a
you really
closer
are a
look.
vampire. Oh, Moby Dick, too.
Well now, what a find. A precious jewel, concealed inside a book. A bracelet with a unique ram's head design, a distinctive feature of ancient Grecian artifacts, probably of the Hellenistic era.
Yeah, Sherlock just knows that. I'll pocket that. Sorry, you have some explaining to do.
Mr. Turner, how would it be possible for a man of advanced years, such as yourself, to rush from his bed to the window in a matter of seconds, as you have stated?
Well, I'm able to move very quickly, despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
That's an absolute lie. No. There you go. Turner's limp.
I highly doubt that, Mr. Turner. I observe that you suffer a severe limp due to your injured right leg. It would have taken at least 10 seconds for you to approach the window. That means you could have easily missed something or someone in Half Moon Street during that time.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I could have missed something. But it did seem to me that everything happened so quickly. Time can pull tricks on you.
And what of everything else that you told us? Mr. Turner, it is vital that we have your complete and true statement.
Mr. Holmes, I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere.
What about this?
Mr. Turner, you were not sincere with me. Not then, and not now.
But Mr. Holmes...
This, Mr. Turner, does not look like anything that a poor man might possess. It is worth more than the home that you live in.
I can explain.
No, merely correct me if I am wrong. You saw Leighton Chapman through the window, but you also noticed a glittering object on the ground, this precious jewel. You walked down and took the bracelet from the body of Kenneth Butler, and when you heard the whistles, you hurried away. That broke your walking stick. It caught fast between the cobbles. Constable Marrow was unable to see you in the window as you were climbing up the stairs on your way back to your flat. Upon returning home, you hid the precious jewel inside a book.
Mr. Holmes, please don't send me to prison. I didn't do anything bad. I'm just a poor man. When I chanced upon the bracelet, I saw it as an opportunity to make a little money. I was desperate. I only took the bracelet, that's all, I swear.
You made a mistake by lying to me. But you are not a criminal. I believe that. Although I must return this bracelet to its rightful owner.
She let out the weirdest little noise back there. She is comfortable. I mean, he did steal from a crime scene. He did. He did indeed. Yeah, those don't go together. Those don't go together, so... So another question is... Do we think it was simultaneous shots? Where there's in fact a third shot, very Ace Attorney, saying, well, we think there's two, now there's three. Or do we think that the firing position? Finders keepers? I don't think it works that way. We need to search our archives. And then we need to ask Leighton about that. Well, we're not saying the old man killed anybody. Do his name on it? No, ours then. Mila, that's not how it works. I like how Watson's just been chilling here. Well, okay, let's go back to Leighton and then go get our archives. Like how I clicked it. It's like, no, no, click again. Okay.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation.
Watson is lazy sometimes. Yeah, he just likes to stand around. We licked it. It's ours. Ew, Sparks. We don't know where it's been. Don't lick weird things.
Leighton, I confess I am puzzled. Why should a young lad like you take a gun from the hands of a dead man and set off in pursuit of a probable killer?
I know. I keep wondering that, but at the time it was like a reflex. A criminal ought to be arrested, and he was armed.
You were willing to risk your life. That was a little foolish, unless you wanted revenge.
No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
That one.
I'm sure that you were, but I believe that you may have recognized one of the victims, Brian Vercotti. You knew that gentleman well, did you not?
However could you know that?
You have a typical tattoo of the Westgate Brotherhood upon your hand. I observed exactly the same mark upon Mr. Vercotti. You came to know him from your sharing a past prison sentence. Am I correct, Mr. Chapman?
Oh, God. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
Would you tell me a little about Brian Vercotti?
We were convicted for a robbery. Once in prison, both of us joined one of these fraternities. During that year, we tried to help each other out, you know?
You were quite young then, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we were. We'd only stolen a pound of meat. After we were released, and when I saw what my little brother had become, I decided to work towards living an honest life.
And Vercotti?
He had a hard time. His sister had died in a Whitechapel dispensary while he was in prison. He had no family anymore. Our paths split. He fell back into crime.
So you lost him?
Yes. And for around 2 years, I heard no news of him at all.
We shall see you soon, young man.
Okay. Oh, Okay. Personal motive. The violent crime committed in Half Moon Street by Leighton Chapman could have had a personal motive. Could have, but I don't think it is. Alright, well. Let's go check out this little figurine thingamajig we have. Okay, so we need... Ooh, take letters. I'll write the time. Sensation, an exotic method of murder. The arsenal of our present-day criminals may soon be refilled with poisonous plants. A young and beautiful woman, in collaboration with her colleague at Kew Gardens, planned the terrible murder of their director, Mr. Montague Dunn. Only one detective was capable of uncovering the truth behind a tragedy that was initially believed to be a simple heart attack. That detective's name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm gonna start stacking my letters with a knife aesthetic. I mean, I guess you can. Okay, so we have research, newspapers, encyclopedias, art and architecture. Economic science, technology, history maybe? Nope, I don't think it's that. Newspapers maybe? Definitely no. Hellenistic treasures, that's what he called it.
That is not the one I need.
Okay, well, excuse me. Do you want research then, maybe?
That is not the one I need.
Okay. What do you want then? Okay, maybe it's not that. Here, let's try at the end. Oh, the picture of Dorian Gray. It's a book. Jack the Ripper. Flying lobsters. I don't think it's in newspapers. Maybe it is on encyclopedias. Work of Edward. That's the one. It was the antique in British Museum. These beautiful antique jewels represent a part of the Hellenistic treasures collection. Depicted are the 5 heads of mountain rams upon a bracelet, necklace, and ring, each made of pure gold. The 5 rams of Mytilene have been missing from the museum since 1885.
Here it is. I need to continue my research in my archives.
Okay. I think this is when we need to go over to the news. Because now that he knows they're the Hellenistic treasures, even though he said it earlier, but it's fine. That one. Alright, a treacherous theft. The Hellenistic treasures were stolen yesterday evening while being transported by cab on their way from the British Museum to the Glasford Fine Art Exhibition. Pawnshop owner Kenneth Butler contacted Scotland Yard that night and provided information regarding a gentleman who attempted to sell him a collection of historical art at his pawnshop in Church Street. The police have since captured the described man, a professional thief by the name of Vincent Foley, who had been in the process of escaping London via the port. He was recognized by the surviving driver of the cab that had transported the collection of Hellenistic treasures. Vincent Foley refused to confess as to where the remainder of the treasures were hidden. He was eventually imprisoned. The lost treasures are still to be found.
Here it is. One of the victims, Kenneth Butler, was involved in the story of the stolen Hellenistic treasures. A visit to his pawn shop should tell me more.
Alright, to the pawn shop. The dust levels in this room must be astronomical. Probably, yeah. Why did this guy have such an object? It sounds like he was probably like trying to sell these artifacts.
Mr. Butler's key matches the lock perfectly.
And you will see the steps to surviving a waterfall. Really liking the reference to the original stories. This would be the Rhinebeck Falls where Holmes was killed off. No idea.
Crampons and a sharp ice axe would only be brought here by a mountaineer.
Okay. I want to find an artifact. It'd be cool to get your Lara Croft on, right? Temporarily killed off, right?
Pistol. Perhaps it was pawned by a destitute sailor.
Okay. It's got knickknacks and everything in here. A lot of little figurines, clocks. Alright, let's look at his counter.
It looks as though Mr. Butler kept a careful record of his operations.
I don't like the ticking sound I'm hearing. Oh.
The ram's heads. This necklace
So we're missing the
belongs
ring
to the
now.
5 Rams of Mittelin collection. Interesting. That means that Kenneth Butler owned a part of this collection all this time, 10 years after the theft.
Hello, Kenneth. I remember you once told me about 3 pieces of golden jewelry with ram heads from ancient Greece. You still got them, right? Well, good news for you. I found a man loaded with money who's crazy about those jewels. He's ready to fork out a small fortune. I can arrange a meeting with this money bag for you, but I want you to cut me in on the deal. I'll be waiting for you at the crossing of Great Ale and Half Moon Street on Sunday evening before the fireworks. Brian Vercotti. Lost art. Butler's jewels? No. No. Layton's statement goes nowhere. That one goes there. So we still have the simultaneous shots to determine. And then we can have burglary motive. The search for the missing Hellenistic treasures could be the motive for the crime that was committed in Half Moon Street. Mr. Turner picked up the bracelet directly after the murder, but the ring is still missing. Or we can say personal motive. The violent crime committed at Half Moon Street by Layton Chapman could have been a personal motive. So what do we think, friends? Do we think it was Layton, or do we think it's someone else who had a different motive? What are we thinking now that we've kind of gone a little bit further? You think it was someone else? You think it's burglary? Okay. We can put it as burglary. So now that we're thinking it's more of a burglary than it is Chapman killing someone, do we now think that it might be a very Ace Attorney thing and there's now a 3rd shot that rang out instead of 2? Especially because that old guy did say that that 2 shots sounded very different. That one sounded louder than the other, which would make me believe that a 2nd gun might be involved. What do we think for this one? Do we think that there was the 3rd shot, very Ace Attorney, to be like, but there's a 3rd thing instead of 2? And agree as 2 at one time would make the sound louder? What do you mean? Do you agree that that there was in fact 3 shots? Or are you thinking that there's only between 2 fired shots? Because we have 2 or 3. Three shots? Huh? It doesn't like those, but we do need some more information. Yeah, none of these go together. You still think 2, Knight Rider? Well, let's go do some more investigating then. I'll get out of that ticking room. Watson, you didn't even come with me. What if someone tried to come in there and murder me?
What's up with you, lad? What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for my brother to be released.
Your brother?
The one that you caught, beat up and imprisoned.
Ah, the murderer.
He ain't killed no one, copper.
Watch your mouth, lad, else you'll be joining that worthless brother of yours.
Okay, leave Wiggins alone. He's done nothing wrong. I wonder about the Phantom Killer the brother described, the one that didn't make any sound when you ran away. That's good thinking, Sparks. We might be able to figure out if there was a mysterious person. There were 2 bullets in the bodies and 2 spent cartridges in the gun. I'm thinking they need to look around the alley for the bullets from the gun they have. Yeah, we do. Okay, select the gunman. No. We could see. Because if this guy was the gunman and fired multiple shots.
I am unable to see any higher. I need to find something to lift my lamp.
Okay. Is there a stick somewhere? I guess Sherlock doesn't want that. Anything in the dark corner? I need something tall. Oh my gosh, where is it? Yeah, we're not grabbing that apparently. Oh, there it is. A pole. Convenient.
This should be useful.
Good. Exactly what I was looking for. So if we assume this guy fired 2 shots. Not seeing
Nothing interesting here.
Yeah. So not here. So what if we say he's the killer?
This is most definitely a bullet hole. The brick cracks are fresh. Watson, there was a 3rd shot fired in this street.
How very Ace Attorney. Can I just say? So this one now changes. So we can now say Crossfire. Kenneth Butler and Brian Vercotti both died of crossfire, with each of them holding a gun. One of the guns is now missing. Or double murder. Kenneth and Brian Vercotti were victims of a double murder carried out by one person. Disappearing man. Leighton Chapman's statement regarding the jacketed man who disappeared on Half Moon Street now seems reasonable, as the 3 shots at the crime scene prove the presence of a second gun that is now missing. Okay.
Constable Marrow, I would value your assistance in this investigation.
It would be my pleasure, Mr. Holmes.
I would like to make sure that there are no places in Half Moon Street where a man could hide while you were running through it with your lamp.
All right, Mr. Holmes, what should I do?
Take your lamp and start walking, just as you did before, and try to find me.
Understood.
You get to play hide and seek with Sherlock. Alright, let's look for him, see where he might be hiding. Oh, I think I found you.
I can see you very well, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Okay, let's see. Where might he be? Oh boy, hide and seek! We are. Yoo-hoo! Mr. Sherlock! Where are you? Bro, you're not even hiding.
Mr. Holmes, it wasn't difficult to find you at all.
It is obvious now. No one could escape Constable Marrow's lamp while hiding in the street.
Okay. Up the walls. If we can assume that there was one more person in Half Moon Street at the time of the crime, then there was no way forward or back for his escape. Only up. Let us reenact the action. Recreate the fireworks described by Layton in an attempt to climb the wall. Okie dokie. So with that, that means we need to go back to the pawn shop. Okay.
These tools are exactly what I need to climb the wall.
Okie doke. Yep, we're gonna do some parkour.
This is exactly what we need
Pocket
in
flare.
order to imitate the flash of the fireworks.
Alright. That is everything we need. Back to Half Moon Street. Okay. Ooh, that's how he's growling.
Why are you looking at me all the time like that?
I'm just watching you, lad. I never know what to expect from people like you.
People like me?
Yes, street beggars and thieves.
You leave Wiggins alone.
I ain't a thief.
Oh, no? Then where did you get whatever it is that you're gnawing on? I very much doubt that you bought it.
What ain't seen can't hardly be stolen.
You leave Wiggins alone. He's trying his best.
Constable Marrow, Watson, I would like to perform another kind of reenactment with your help.
I'm listening, Mr. Holmes.
I want to check if Layton's testimony can be trusted. If someone could vanish into thin air at a specific moment.
But Holmes, I don't see how.
I am going to be the mysterious gentleman whom Layton followed. I will stand exactly where he saw him before he was blinded by the flash. Watson, you will be Layton. When I fire the signal flare, you should start to chase me.
I understand, Holmes.
You, Constable Marrow, just play your part and do exactly as you did. Just, please, wait 5 seconds after the signal flare. I doubt that Polly Powell would have screamed any earlier.
As you say, Mr. Holmes.
Let us begin, then. Catch me if you can.
You're getting a garden salad with garlic knots for dinner tonight? Ooh, sounds tasty.
The moon illuminates this wall. Anyone trying to climb it would be easily spotted by Constable Marrow.
Okay.
The streetlights fall directly on this wall. Not an ideal spot to escape the crime scene. It is also directly in front of Polly Powell. This wall is cast in shadow. It would be difficult to see anyone scaling it.
Oh, I got a button mash. Got it.
I can barely see anything.
How do you not hear me slamming this axe into the stone? But it's fine. Come on, Sherlock, climb!
Holmes? Are you there?
No, I disappeared.
Where is he? My God, a man can't just disappear like that. Holmes? Holmes? Where are you?
I cannot see you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, it seems that Mr. Holmes has disappeared.
Don't worry, gentlemen. I am up here, above your heads.
How on earth did you get up there, Holmes?
I am using crampons and a climbing axe, although the person we are looking for did not leave any traces of such tools. Constable, is there any way to get to the top of this building?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I can show you. The door to the building can be found from Whitechapel Street.
Gentlemen, I am on my way down.
Holmes is a vampire. I'm just saying. Vampires would be difficult to hear, but true. Right? Okay, time for us to check out this attic.
These shards of glass are from the window above. Someone broke through the window to get inside the attic, but in his haste he ripped his jacket.
Jacket. Shabby fabric. Black threads.
A cluster of thick black threads. They're unusually strong. I should examine them under the microscope. We can conclude that the person whom Leighton saw climbed up the wall, broke into the attic window, and escaped through the hatch.
So, we have compelling evidence. The witness testimonies in the crime weapon clearly point to one possible culprit, Leighton Chapman, or Leighton's innocence. Leighton Chapman's statement regarding the mysterious jacketed man who participated in the shooting of Half Moon Street was proven to be true. Innocence? That's what it sounded like to me, too. So let's see if we change a couple things. So these are still kind of mad and angry because we don't have anything here. Okay, those don't go together. So we still have some more digging to do. Alright, well, we do have something new to investigate. Well, they can stay bad with wait their turn. Okay, so let's see if we can figure out what this hair belongs to.
Let us take a closer look. It is not a thread, but a hair. I very much doubt that it is human. I need to compare this sample with a human hair and a horse hair. A shaving brush is usually made from horsehair. Watson, could you please pass me your shaving brush?
Here you are.
Okay.
Watson, look, what's outside the window?
Where? I don't see anything. Ouch! Holmes!
Oh, don't make such a fuss. One little hair.
Okay.
Human hair is significantly thinner than the black sample. The horse hair is thinner than the hair that we found. So, this black hair belongs to an animal, and it is larger than a horse. A hair from a large and exotic animal.
Exotic animal hair. Wall climber. I like how now they chill out immediately. So we have the imaginary man, or we have a circus acrobat. The man who vanished from the crime scene at Half Moon Street could be a circus acrobat. He managed to scale a 30-foot high wall in a matter of seconds. A hair from a large exotic animal was found on his discarded jacket. An elephant. Elefante. Vanishing act. The person who was seen only by Leighton Chapman escaped the crime scene by climbing the wall. He was a skillful acrobat. The criminal took a gun from one of the dead bodies. The plot thickens. Okay, so we need to ask Wiggins for help finding the circus. But real quick, friends, I do need to use the restroom real quick. I've been drinking a lot of tea. So give me one quick second. I'm just going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Okay, my friends, I'm back. Thank you for being patient with me. Let's jump back into it. Alright, let's go get Wiggins to help. Welcome back. Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience. Oh, Wiggins. I have need of your assistance.
Wiggins, my lad, what are you doing here? You'd best be leaving and be quick about it.
I've done nothing wrong. You'd learn more by watching Mr. Holmes. He knows exactly what he's doing. Not like you.
Oi, watch your tongue.
Oh, they fighting. So I have to lurk for a bit, but I gotta do a few things, let your phone charge just in case. Have fun, y'all. Alright, Jacob, thank you for hanging out, my friend. We're almost near the end of this case, by the way, but thank you for being here. I hope you have a good rest of your day, my friend.
Mr. Holmes?
We have good news for you, Wiggins. The investigation has proven very interesting so far. We found facts and details that confirm your brother's innocence.
I knew it, Mr. Holmes.
But for now, Wiggins, we need your help.
Anything you like, Gov.
I need you to locate a circus that has stopped over in London. It needs to have disposed of at least one exotic animal. A very large one.
You can count on me, Mr. Holmes.
Welcome back, Zozo. Yeah, were you outside? Did you also have to go to the bathroom? Yeah, you did. Oh, such a baby you are. The next morning, very early,
I do hope that those children don't get into trouble, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. I predict some news in 7 seconds.
Mr. Holmes, we found it. Here it is.
Duval Brothers, a well-known travelling circus that is currently stopped in London. And this is a young Indian elephant, the highlight of the show. I believe that is exactly the type of circus we are looking for. I'll pay it a visit.
All right. To the circus!
Aye, you! Stop right there.
Good morning, sir. Pardon me, but why am I not allowed to walk around here?
Because it's private.
Well, I only wanted to meet the artistes.
Hmm? You're wanting to apply for... Nah, you don't look like the type of, artistic lockpicker that we're looking for.
You might be surprised.
What? Nah, I don't think so. Clear off.
Okay. But we're gonna need a disguise. Good thing he divulged that they're looking for a lockpicker. Like how Watson's like not even participating. He's like, whatever it is, I'm not involved. Alright. What do we got? The sailor outfit, morning gown, farmer outfit, a bandit outfit. I think I will take that. Let's go to makeup. What screams bandit? We need some facial hair. Does this scream thief?
Stay where you are. What are you doing here, and where is Sherlock Holmes?
Calm down, Watson. Take deep breaths now. It's me.
Thank God, Holmes. I can't get used to your disguises.
He doesn't even look
Thank
different.
you,
His face looks the same.
That means I am ready to go.
I like my silly hat. Mean to tell you, your disability hearing's finally in March? Ooh! You sent me a thing finally? That's awesome, Magnus. Hopefully they gets it approved for you, my friend. Let us know how that goes.
Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Nigel. I'm here to open the locks.
Talented, eh? Let's see. Go inside the marquee and show yourself to Charles Foley.
We know that name.
I'd highly advise you not to trick him. Got that?
I've got it.
Which means we can't really snoop.
So, everything is here, just as you asked. Now what about the money?
Some of the barrels are wet.
Transportation issues, it couldn't be helped.
Whatever. We'll be here after midnight to pick up the supplies.
I want to be paid first.
No. You'll be paid after we make the transfer, as I said.
Right.
I hope that no one saw you. The police are on the lookout.
Of course not. I'm a professional.
Glad to hear it. Be ready for tonight, then.
What we got going on over here?
This wooden barrel is damaged. It is difficult to say what is inside. This wood... there is a spot on this barrel that was intentionally painted out. The crest of the Honourable Artillery Company. Could it be gunpowder? I need to be sure.
Ooh.
Judging by the fractions and the scent, I can confirm that it is, in fact, gunpowder.
That means all of these are
The
gunpowder.
barrels are roughly clustered. It seems as though they were brought here in a hurry.
Yeah, oh dear indeed. One wrong move and it can go kaboom! A printing press over here.
This printing press is old, but still quite capable of printing hundreds of pages per
Explain why he
day.
was upset about them being what? Yes.
That's a picture of a contemporary gentleman wearing a Robin Hood hat. Interesting. From lambs into lions. Those are words of encouragement and defiance. This poster was clearly made to fire up rebellion amongst the people.
Just pocket that.
There are enough posters to paste across half of London's walls. Powder kegs, a printing press, and a great many blank papers. All of this was stolen by the Merry Men quite recently. And these poster samples. I am quite sure it is not a coincidence. The Merry Men are planning some sort of sabotage.
Stop right there. Who are you?
Are you Charles Foley?
Maybe.
They say that I can open any door.
Do they now? We'll see that lock near the chains on a table over there. Open that.
Complex key. Protected safe. Bloody bandages. Recent trauma. Armed bulldog with cutthroat. I didn't scroll far enough, but as you can see, he's got the ram ring. Taped fingers. Agility practice. Acrobat. So this is our guy. I don't know why it goes over there. Man in jacket. Charles Foley wears an antique ring, the last missing piece of the 5 grams of Mitaline jewel set, and also a revolver retained under his belt. It proves that Charles Foley is our mysterious jacketed man who nimbly escaped the crime scene at Half Moon Street. Dun, dun, dun. And then we just have Long Lost Art just chilling here. Seems like a bad place to put a gun. Yeah, you know, just a bit. I think usually the back is probably better, but I think he's using that to be like, see? You see I have a gun? Okay. Hopefully it doesn't go off, sir. Did another bullet graze him? No, just the Greatest Attorney Simulator. No, unfortunately I think his arm's from the glass. It's like slightly off. There we go. I did it. Are you proud of me?
Ah. Well, they're right. What's your name?
Nigel Shirley, from York.
Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
From Turner's Limp. Okay.
It's a long story. I met your brother, Vincent the Butcher Foley, in prison. He told me all about his betrayal and all about you. Before I was released, he told me that you might find a job for me one day and pay me some money for me craft.
Well, he died 7 days ago in prison.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. The traitor has paid the blood price for it. And you'll do the job anyway, because I need a talented lockpicker. I know just where to search for his legacy.
It's all about the Hellenistic treasures, isn't it?
Osh, you fool. Now, listen up. You'll come with us tonight, and you better mind yourself.
Us? Wait, who's coming then?
Billy, Jack and me.
And what will I get for that?
We'll share the loot. The one you seem to know about.
Right.
Wait for us at the abandoned manor house on the corner of Ladbroke Grove and Kensington Park Road at midnight.
Deal. Here I am at the manor. Somewhere inside it are the Hellenistic treasures.
Haven't we literally found them all? But whatever you say, Sherlock.
This lock is quite old. It shouldn't be much of a challenge.
Alright. Another lock will fall victim to me. There we go. Can't remember if it's the top one or the bottom one, but we'll check. Okay, so then it goes this way. Okay. Something like that works. I'm about to separate that. Yeah, now we have nothing connecting though. So we have that connecting. There we go.
I need to find where the safe is hidden and lockpick it. This cupboard is an absolute mess. Several books have fallen from the shelves. It seems as though this cupboard can be moved. I'll give it a try.
Da 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 da!
So, that's the lock I must open tonight. Let me see.
And yet again, another lock to pick. Okay. That goes around up there. But then it's here. There we go. That one wasn't too bad.
What a surprise. Another lock. And I won't be able to pick it. I recall that precious key around Foley's neck. It might prove a decent fit. I suppose they hired me to only open the first lock. Let us wait for the thieves trap them and find out.
All right.
Let us check the thieves' possible escape routes in the event that they are caught off guard by the police from the front door.
Okay. Come on, Sherlock. There you go.
The thieves won't attempt to escape through the front door if the police are right behind it.
Okay.
Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape.
Okay. So we got that window.
The ground floor window is a perfect way to escape the police.
Mm-hmm.
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency.
Okay. So let's do some sabotaging. Acrobatic, they certainly have options, yes. And I'm gonna make sure they don't.
This should be useful.
Good thing someone left their pearls here.
One step on these beads, and our thief will go flying. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined.
Some Home Alone craft time? Yes, 100%.
The ground floor window is a perfect
Sherlock.
way to escape the police. This works very well. No one will escape through this window now.
Excellent.
There is no ladder. If anyone falls here, he will need assistance to get out.
Okay.
This should be useful.
I'm taking this chair. Can't stop me.
I wonder what this old chandelier is doing on the floor. It looks as though it was poorly attached. I suppose that the thieves already tried to open the lock with this formidable hammer, but they were unsuccessful.
Okay.
This should be useful.
This carpet? I'll take it. And the carpet...
Now, it's not an open hatch, just a nice carpet on the floor.
Voila.
I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined.
Devious, I know. Alright. We have one more.
A solid rope.
Yep, we got a good old pit trap. No, you don't want the... You don't want the rope, Sherlock? Alright, so far we're predicting this guy runs here, slips,
Any thief who finds his way upstairs will roll down very quickly. Now, if a thief runs through the kitchen, he'll pay a surprise visit to the cellar.
Okay. And we need an item required.
This door is a perfect means.
It's the kitchen door I need to examine.
The door is now blocked.
Okay. I have this rope now?
This should be useful.
Sweet. I like how they actually animate where he moves around. You playing Home Alone now? Kind of, sort of. My most devious trap yet. You guys ready?
Now, if anyone takes the hammer, the rope will uncoil and make the chandelier fall.
Most devious of them all.
If he runs through the dining room and takes a sledgehammer to force open the door, the chandelier will knock him down. The traps for my circus.
I'm just saying the chandelier
all
kind of has a bit of a point.
I can leave
Are
now,
we sure we're not
but
trying to
I'll
murder a
return later
man?
with Charles Foley and his companions.
Well, I guess not my problem if he dies by chandelier.
Police! Police!
That guy's dead. He's probably fine. He's probably dead.
Stop where you are! Where are they?
Trapped, Watson, with your assistance.
How so?
You sounded just like a real Bobby, my dear fellow. You startled them into the traps.
I did?
I assure you, Watson, it was quite an entertaining show. They will not escape the house now.
You scum!
And this is the pistol used for the murder in Half Moon Street.
How'd you know about that?
Oh, Mycroft.
Have you closed the case yet, Sherlock?
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Sherlock, it may seem that I used you, but you should be pleased to know that you have served our Queen well, in this instance. So now, let us catch the big fish. But this man is not one of the merry men?
No.
Then why exactly are we here, Sherlock?
This gentleman, Charles Foley, has been involved in a double murder, and the hunter of a set of valuable antiques, the Hellenistic treasures, which disappeared in a theft many years ago.
You're no better than the coppers!
I'm right like highbrow. Ooh. There's some serious treasure in here.
Holmes, that is incredible. The Hellenistic treasures.
Indeed.
Nothing but trifles. Where are the merry men?
I don't know why you are asking me, Mycroft. They are yours to find.
I'll see you soon, dear brother.
Don't sound so evil, Mycroft. Alright. Precious safe and long lost art. Hidden art. The antiques discovered inside the hidden safe of the abandoned manor at Notting Hill represent the collection represent the collection of Hellenistic treasures that were stolen in 1885 and considered to be lost. Foley's vengeance. Charles Foley organized the theft of the Hellenistic treasures, which was related to the double murder at Half Moon Street. Leighton Chapman was a witness to the crime. We can absolve Foley. Charles Foley will be imprisoned for organizing a grand theft. Since he is not directly guilty of murder, his sentence will be shortened. Or we can condemn Foley. Charles Foley organized and executed a wicked plan of revenge. With the added theft of ancient and valuable treasures, he deserves the rope. What do we think, friends? Condemn or absolve? Mycroft is like, how dare you do my job for me, right? And then not give him what he wanted. Ryu's like, condemn! To jail with this man! I don't think I even need to do a poll. I think we're all quite in agreement here. Condemn him we shall. The rope, I say!
Charles Foley, you committed the crime of premeditated murder and of theft. You will be severely punished for your deeds.
You are pitiful, you Scotland Yard dog.
Save your words for the gallows. I am sure the journalists will love them. I shall leave now, Watson. Gentlemen, please take our friends here into custody.
Where are you going?
I have unfinished business. I'll see you at Baker Street.
I love this outrageous beer we gave Sherlock at the end. So now we're back at the circus.
Be careful with the lamps. Don't bring them too close to the barrels.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Who's there?
That is of no importance. What matters is who you are and the plans that you have here.
So you can stop us from carrying them out?
Eventually, yes.
Hey, careful. You'll blow us all up.
I'm listening.
We are a group known as the Merry Men. But I suppose you knew that already. We are the men who've already lost everything of value in their lives. We are ruined shopkeepers. We are workers who were fired from their jobs, honest people who were robbed. We were forced out from our homes and thrown onto the street, and all of this in the name of the so-called law. The laws that were set out by our government. The laws that make the commoners only more vulnerable and the wealthy more protected. We are not only from the British Empire. Some of us are from the New Lands, America, Australia, and we are many. But men we are still, and we are merry for that we stopped being afraid. For those powers that be had done their best to plant the fear inside our souls, and we accepted it so easily. The fear advised us to keep our heads bowed. It prevented us from fighting. Bankers and politicians, they own our lives, our work, our bread, and they push us to compete between each other, just to see who may serve them better. But in the end, they are the few, so they are weak. They are nothing without their titles. We should not fear them. Our so-called masters should fear us instead. The time has come for our group to stand tall. Our great and many merry men. We are going to blow up the London Stock Exchange. No life shall be lost. But ownerships, debts, and property titles? They shall all be destroyed. They're only papers, after all. So many people will be freed over this night.
That is a radical step to take. What result do you truly expect?
Chaos. But soon people will understand that they are free, and that they don't belong to anyone. They will be able to work for themselves, together, without letting the rulers dictate what to do, and finally justice will arise.
What you are intending to do is a crime. It is not justice.
How do you see justice, then? Kids go to prison for a loaf of dry bread. And how many lords do you see punished for stealing from their people, sending them to their deaths in mines or overseas to fight for land? Our masters wouldn't hear us. So now it's time to sing the song of the merry men. Will you let us do our duty?
So now we have our conflict here, friends. So he has a point. My one problem is like, oh, if you blow everything up so no one owns and no one has debt. So where it's like, okay, well then who's to say someone's not going to take over and say like, I own everything. So it's definitely like, I can see where they're coming from. But there's also a lot of like, I don't know how well this is going to work. So we have two choices, friends. We can light the powder keg and stop their plans altogether. Or we can throw a cigarette in the water barrel and let them do what they're going to do. Can we just let them do it? We can. We can by throwing our cigarette in the water. Nature harbors a vacuum. So what is it, friends? Do we blow it up or do we douse it in water? We'll stop the rich from taking everything. Unfortunately, nothing. The rich will always take everything. That is the unfortunate quandary here. Yeah, you guys want to blow it up? If we blow it up, that means the merry men can't do what they want to do. So blowing it up stops the merry men from blowing up Parliament like they want. But the many, yeah, he is correct about that one. But unfortunately, there's only so much that can go. So here, let's do one last final poll, friends. Final poll. All right, there's a poll, friends. Make our decision. Are we going to help or hinder the merry men? Hold up the powers that will, that be will still have the force on their side. The point the many versus the few, and this way they won't kill anyone. Otherwise, they might get worse. These guys will just be tried for terrorists. True. A version of the gunpowder plot with Guy Fawkes, I take it? I think so, but instead of blowing up Parliament... I don't know if they said they're blowing up Parliament. I know they're just going after the papers to say, oh, these people owe debts and these people own this land. Their plan won't stop injustice from happening. No, they're, you know, obviously they have a good, you know, thought of trying to like help, you know, the people, but at the end of the day, it's like, how is that going to help when the people who are still in power and charge are just going to be like, okay, you ruined our papers, we'll just rewrite them back up. You guys have agreed to help the Merry Men, so we are not blowing it up. Hey, Minecraft used Sherlock to find them. It is up to him to stop them. Yeah. Well, you guys voted and you said to help the Merry Men, so I guess we will not be blowing it up. Won't stop injustice, but it'll slow it down. Alright, well, this is your guys' decision.
When the law serves only the few, it can no longer be trusted. Every man is equal, and he has a right to choose his own way. I shall not stop you.
So, you're interested in Russian literature now?
Quite, lately.
It is an interesting book. I remember a few lines.
Really? I tried reading it myself, but I had a hard time understanding it.
Yes, Doctor. It's about intelligence. Sherlock, I vaguely recall one of the lines. Sometimes it takes something more than intelligence to act intelligently. There were also a few words along the lines of, pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. Tell me, Doctor, does my brother show any signs of pain or suffering?
Not that I know of.
Because you see, Doctor, behind all of his masquerade, my brother does possess a deep heart. So deep that he does not recall where he places his love.
Well, I'm sure that...
His love and his duty that, in the first place, should be directed towards the Empire. For without it, we would be nothing. A country filled with uncivilized men.
I'd rather be uncivilized than be with you, Mycroft.
Sherlock, Dr. Watson.
Holmes, what just happened? What was that?
The start of a new world. Anything in the post, Watson? Any clients worthy of our attention?
Only a second reminder from Mrs. Hudson about our new neighbour. She urges you to remove your...
Oh, I don't care about that.
Holmes, the lady who will be moving in shortly has requested the use of our spare room to place all of her boxes.
Wait, what? A lady?
A lady? Alright, and that's it. A Half Moon Walk. Charles Foley organized and executed a wicked plan of revenge for his elder brother. It took 2 human lives and almost resulted in life imprisonment for an innocent man. In fact, his band was hired by the Merry Men, who planned a revolution in London. In addition, he organized the theft of ancient and valuable treasures that rightfully belonged to the British Museum. He deserves the rope. We'll accept our decision. And our personality ranking is just. And that's it. We have done it. We have solved all of the cases in Crimes and Punishment. Did you guys like that, Sherlock? Let me know what you think. I'll have to ask you once we play others. What you guys, you know, like better. That was the last case. We're making the injustice do paperwork. Woo! Paperwork! Blah, blah, blah. I'm a jerk. My big brother is dumb. That's pretty much what he said. Oh, she's seeing ghosts? Oh, I will say right here, you guys did get the 3rd case incorrect. It was Blinkhorn that killed what's his face. You guys thought it was the other guy. No, it was Sir Blinkhorn who killed Sir Rodney. If it was me, I'd burn down that shed. I wouldn't want to look at that shed knowing that, yeah, my kind of alcoholic husband was in it, but I would just... He died in there. Just tear it down. I don't need it. She should be with the gardener, and they could be happy together. You see how our choices worked against the correct choices? I don't know if we can. Why did Blinkhorn do it? So I think from the logic of how you're supposed to piece together a lot of the readings, and one of the informations we learn, is especially from, you have to remember, Sir Rodney had a ring from ancient Egypt. I think Sir Rodney was the type of archaeologist that liked to say this thing belonged to him since he found it. So since he was looking for the golden dagger of Mithras, which should belong in like in a museum, right? I think Blinkhorn knew that he had found and was like on the road to discovering it, and wanted to kill Sir Rodney before he could take it and say, well, this is mine. I'm gonna own this dagger. It's now part of my personal collection. So I think that was more fueling, because you can see that when you... I think what you guys missed in that case, I think, is when you ask them who Mithras is, and you see Blinkhorn got really invested in it, and he was like, oh yeah, it's a, you know, this and that, blah, blah, blah. Like, he was very informational about it, so he definitely had a very big interest on it, which should have been kind of the clue, like, oh, he knows a lot about it. And another one I think you guys might have just kind of overlooked was when we found the golden blade of Mithras, someone had already been there before us. And then I think Watson said, when we saw the broken lamp, I think Watson said something about Sir Rodney being here. And then Sherlock was like, no, remember, Sir Rodney never got this far. So out of the three people, who would have been the only one who could have found the same information that Sir Rodney had, but then get farther than him? The only other archaeologist. Yeah, you wouldn't have got that. Yeah, it's one of the ones where... Even when I played this on my own many years ago, that case was definitely the harder of the two, or out of the six, I should say. Because unless you really look at all the facts, so you can already get rid of Garrow, because obviously the metal that was in the brazier was him being superstitious and putting something in there to burn. Because we read some documents that said that people at the time believed if the dark eye was on them, that they had to destroy personal possessions to protect themselves from evil. So he was a little bit too superstitious to, think that. Also, I don't think he even knew that he was finding the blade of Mithras. I think Pitkin wouldn't have murdered him, because even if the baths would had to be like, closed down completely for excavation, he could have used them, he could have got money elsewhere from like sponsorships, something, to the point that it wouldn't have really, like, he didn't really have much of a motive, because he probably would have found another way to financially benefit off of it. So the only one who would have really been about that was Blinkhorn, because one, he upstaged Blinkhorn, and two, he most likely would have taken it for himself, and Blinkhorn's like, no, we were finding these discoveries for the world to find. So I kind of wish there was like a breakdown, but I'm pretty sure, because if we open case, like a task, crimes and punishment. Okay, so we can actually look at here. So here, if we hold space to check your conclusions. So yep, Cairns is guilty. So we did get that correct. And then obviously you can pick and choose. But I do notice this game doesn't really have a feature anymore to like let you know what other people picked. And this is the second one, Riddle on the Rails. You guys also got it. I feel like I kind of like, I wouldn't say push you in the right direction, but I kind of like gave you like little breadcrumbs. I'm like, hey, remember this, remember that. But yeah, we got it correct that the Mexicans did drown the Chileans. So we did get that. And I think, especially after playing this, I kind of see it a little more, because the first time I thought they buried them in the mine. But what you're supposed to realize is where that one side like the house was broken down and then brought to the beach, there was the same pathing, but there wasn't the same at the mine. So that was where you kind of be like, oh, I see. So bloodbath, you said pick him with knife. It was not. I'm sad that it's not telling us the correct one here. It's just saying this one, we got it incorrect. But Abbey Grange. The captain is the killer. We did get that correct. The Kew Gardens drama. White is an accomplice is the correct one. Though I do like how I think you can end it much earlier if you just get to the conclusion when that's it, we're done. And then Half Moon Walk Foley's Vengeance. So we did get that correct with him as well. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. Sparks, you asked when's the sequel. So they already have a sequel for this one. This is also quite an older Sherlock. I don't know how direct of a sequel it is, just because I never played it. But there is a sequel. It's called Devil's Daughter. It's made by the same people. We will be playing that next weekend. Let me turn on some tunes while we're yapping at the end here. Yeah, so we'll be doing Devil's Daughter next. And then after Devil's Daughter, I'll do a poll over in the Discord and we'll determine which ones we'll play next. Either Chapter 1, Nemesis, or Jack the Ripper. If Chapter 1 is picked, we'll then